Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. Here you go, new alms for the monetary. Wow, that's fast. Chris Wolfhart.
Concordant.
And Dr. Agro.
The service game is dead. Long live the service game.
Here on GigaBoots.
That's good.
Sony be like, we have 3 service drops. What? 2 service games.
I mean, that's how the past year has gone for them. We have 12, 10, 8, 6.
Man, that tree is hungry.
We have 3.
Yeah, the monetary hungers. Feed me alive service game.
Please, sir, more hundreds of hours of work.
And at the ATM for fucking American Psycho to say, feed me alive service game. Oh, man. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension. Oh, my God. This, I ate all of Visions of Mana, and let me tell you, that'll do some damage.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm looking at my last bottle of Cheer One, and I'm like, I hope the Dud Bears like this one.
Right? Like, frosting is delicious. Maybe not the whole tub at once.
Which is why, like, it's really genuinely funny, because some people really do think, like, playing an entire game on a death stream in one sitting, that must have an effect on how you enjoy a game. And I'm like, yeah, it's good. I like it. It is beneficial to me.
People really, really overblow how much that, like, that's only a thing if maybe your game is too repetitive and has too much stupid bullshit in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, generally to me, that is just how I consume shit. That is how I like to do things. Like, and not just fucking video games. You know, as like, I'm the most consistent human. I want the entire drop. I know it's not good for shows to get word of mouth, but I genuinely hate the concept of coming in, playing a thing or watching a thing like one episode a week. I want to go all in. That is just how I am. Which is why we're now doing grouped releases of Big Think Dimension. No longer a weekly podcast. It's monthly. We're gonna use an AI to speculate the next 3 weeks of news.
Uh-oh, wait, this is taking a turn.
No, it's fine. And we will feed each week's news back into the AI so that way it can build a developing story and properly extrapolate what's going to happen going forward.
I don't want to be in this Black Mirror episode where like we keep coming to the recording and live in this parallel timeline that, wait, is it slowly becoming real?
Yeah, we come out of the bomb shelter after it all, and every prediction we thought was the dumbest prediction from the AI was spot on. That's the end of the episode.
And that's why you all remember the Series S being real.
Can we don't talk about this enough. I think it needs to be talked about. The Series S, reminder, was only revealed 2 months before it launched because even Microsoft internally, I feel like Phil was a big defender of it and pushed it through. But I feel like
yeah, he's a moron.
He sure did an interview where he admitted that this week, so I can't even defend him right now. Mm-hmm. He probably just pushed it through and like got it done. Because, like, there's no other reason they would have announced it so close to launch. Because they knew they had Digital Foundry looking at it in March.
Yeah.
February or March.
It's really weird.
Well, there was no way they weren't going to launch it. They had it shipped. They had all the units already by then.
You could still dodge the ramifications of shipping it, and that would save you in a number of ways. Because now people are skipping... allegedly, ignore the fact it's not alleged anymore. They're skipping because the ramifications of shipping a Series S version of a game are real. Mm-hmm. Like, remember when Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't going to come to Xbox? Because they're like, oh, we can't get feature parity on the series.
Fucked them, but there's no company smart enough to go throw out all the money we spent on that hardware. Just let them sit in a fucking in a studio somewhere.
Sony just did that for Concord, so like
that's
the idea
Concord,
of like
that's not physical hardware, and they also intend to save Concord. I guarantee right now they internally are planning it.
I don't know which team I want to meet more. The weird, you know they have it. MiHoYo's weird goon strike force team. That's their elite research agents. That's like the thigh jiggle. We need to figure out the thigh jiggle. And then there, of course, Ryder, who's just like, so I have an idea for a trailer for this fucking rat. I don't know if I want to meet them or the strike team to save Concord more. God.
The only thing I can think of is that their plan is they're going to if it comes back, that's an enormous if Concord comes back,
yeah,
it's going to be a free-to-play game on top of that episode of the Amazon show. That's the only fucking move they have if they even make a move.
And like,
it's okay. They can bring in people from Bungie to come fix the game up. They know what they're doing, right?
No, they can't. They laid all those people off earlier this year.
Yeah. So we were talking about it before, and I started wondering. I haven't looked into this. Like, I really do want to do a deep dive on Moby Games and figure out where the people were, what did they do, et cetera, et cetera. But part of me went, wait, the timeline matches up. The people who made Destiny 2's multiplayer terrible may have made Concord.
Very possible.
Huh. You know, because at launch, Destiny 2's multiplayer was way worse than Destiny 1. Like, it had a completely different, like, okay, this is how these weapons work. This is how they're categorized. This is what the maps are, and this is the modes. And then if you recall, 1 year in, I believe, is when they did the really fucking weird, they compared it to a MOBA, but it wasn't at all. Do you remember that mode? It's like two different teams try to push through the thing as fast as they can in order to...
They did a lot of weird things, and they even did the Overwatch thing of changing the player count. And it was all sorts of just like, you screwed it up in every way. Good job.
Good job, guys. My favorite part was when I went, man, this multiplayer is really fucked. I'm just going to sit it out for a moment until they realize this is fucked and roll it back to the original, and then I'll play the game. And then they deleted the game I bought in that time period, a move I did not anticipate.
But we can't talk about all the Concord stuff now. We got to save that until the Concord segment in news, right?
Okay, so yes.
Yeah.
You're totally right. So let's go ahead and get to it with our first topic. Bob and I finally played through all 12 minutes of Sonic Forces.
Jesus. We're opening on that.
Hell yeah, we're opening on that. I'm excited to have finally played Sonic Forces. The game is nowhere near done. Like those cutscenes, that you don't ship that. What the? So many moments are just text on the screen that's like, Sonic was then tortured for 4 months.
Yeah, it's literally the only thing I know about that game.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like I said this when I first played it, but like that was the first time I ever played a Sonic game. Went, maybe they should stop. Like maybe they should if they aren't gonna do better than this, I'd rather them just stop.
Yeah, because it was literally that was the game that concretely showed, hey guys, this is a bit of a downhill slope. Like, you may like Generations, I'll allow it, but you can look at Generations and go, yeah, that sure is nowhere near as ambitious as Unleashed. Like, or even Colors, because Colors has like its own interesting new gimmick, its mechanic, its idea. So it just like, it kind of like, if you look at it broadly, sort of just formed a, and it's
and then you get Lost World, which is them really trying to be a Mario game and also having Sonic say just a truly uncomfortable amount of slurs.
Yeah, I haven't played Lost World enough. I assume you're exaggerating, Chris Wolfhard.
No,
Please.
because Lost World, what I believe happened is they got cartoon guys to punch up jokes for Colors. In fact, that's the entire fucking reason Orbot and Qbot exist, is to have them flitter around in a circle around Robotnik and spew shit the comedy guys write.
Oh,
I mean... Yeah, that's
then
why
Lost
he
World,
always has those. Yeah, because the cartoons.
Then
he always
Lost
had
World.
them.
Then Lost World feels like them being really mean spirited, and Sonic is just like calling these villain slurs. Like it's like, and then Forces, I think, was that. First of all, the writer for Forces is a Sonic team veteran, but had never written before. So it felt like he was like brought on, like, write the fucking plot for this game. Fucking do it. Get out. Do it now. Do it now.
It feels like the plot in that game. It feels like it's a weird parody of Sad Am almost. Like
yes,
they just took a few things from that and then couldn't figure out how to make it work at all.
Hey guys, I figured out a gritty tone. Have him tortured for 4 months and
that's
say
America
there's a
only.
war. Excuse me?
The torture thing, I'm pretty sure, is entirely an invention of the American script.
Why would you add
I might
that?
be misremembering, but I think that is the case. Like, I think in Japanese, it's just, oh, he was just a prisoner for a while. Yeah,
Why?
my understanding...
This isn't like Final Fantasy 16, where the tone of the script was leaning into a moment that's missing in the original Western release.
Here's the point I was getting to. I think those cartoon guys were told by Sega, write the script to this game that's trying to not have the tone we hired you for, which is why it's so fucking bizarre.
I think the weirdest part isn't even that element of it. It's the fact that they didn't... Like, one, you replay so many of the same levels. So it makes no sense that you're constantly like, I'll do chemical plant now, and then an hour from now, and then one more time 2 hours after that. Like, it's really weird because they'll send one character at a time. So then the script needs to have a reason that these 3 characters who are so important, sometimes they fist bump. That's important. Mm-hmm. Name of the iconic song. Are not together, but then later they're together to do this level in fist bump mode, and then the cutscenes have no money, so it's an incoherent plot.
I think Forces has like 6 zones, and you do each one 4 times. Modern Sonic, Classic Sonic, OC combo. I think that is right.
It's roughly, it depends.
Yeah.
Like some of them you don't, like the last level or 2 you don't do as all 3 or in all 4 modes, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, no, it is that level of like absolutely repetitive.
And it also super clearly was Sonic Boom. Sonic edited out and turned into an avatar. Like, that's why all those cutscenes just feel completely broken. Like, like they just have to cut it off and be like, here, put text on the screen.
Because like to explain to Aggro and any listener who hasn't seen the game, like, you play as Sonic, modern Sonic. You play as a kid, and once in a store said in front of me, Baby Sonic, which is fucking, they should have gone with that. And then you play as OC Man. You make yourself. And it's really weird because it does really feel like it's leaning into, like, that should be Sonic Boom Sonic.
Right.
Like,
especially in the final boss, where you do triple boost with both other Sonics and go through the final boss.
Yeah, it's very clear that he's supposed to have a power set like Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they lead into that a lot. And yet, there is no explanation or even a thought given to why the avatar would be like this, why the player character would be anything like that.
Yeah, it's really something. I remember when Mania came out, there were a lot of fans who were hyper defensive of Forces because a lot of people who were longer time Sonic fans or old school Sonic fans, 2 different groups. You can be both.
It's true.
But some people don't like anything remotely new with Sonic. And by remotely, I mean Dreamcast or newer. And that's one of those groups, and then the other group can appreciate both types. They were really defensive. They were like, no. The boost gameplay's fine. It's like, really? Because it's been like a downhill trend, it feels like.
Yeah, even if you like boost gameplay, you can't say these levels are fine.
Right.
Like,
in Forces they're unacceptable. They're like 70 seconds long, and also they remove drifting.
Right. So what I'm saying,
that was the fucking point.
What I'm saying is, I had a lot of conversations with people at the time who were defensive of Sonic Forces, and it's like, this is the ultimate end game of they didn't know what to do with boost gameplay, and it doesn't have enough money to do enough.
Right. It feels like they dumbed it down to such an extent that they just don't respect it at all, even internally.
It's really quite something. It feels like any problem you could ever leverage at Generations is 10 times worse here, except for the screen space oriented motion blur because we weren't projecting a motion blur out of ourselves while running to the right. Elsewise, yeah, it feels like any problem you could have with Generations way worse here.
Yeah,
because you're playing the stages in yet another third, indistinguishably different mode.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, often modern Sonic, when playing levels in Generations or in this, will just go into the 2D gameplay mode. And so it will just, okay, I was just doing that as classic Sonic. How is this different? My ice maker is probably going to make a really loud sound in a second here as it drops ice because I forgot to turn it off.
Cool.
And then you added the third mode where it's like, well, but this one has the hook shot and a flamethrower.
And still goes into 2D.
Yes.
Like, they're all indistinguishable except the third guy has the flamethrower. That's honestly the biggest difference.
So Sonic Force is a really bizarre creature, and man, it really hit me like a truck when they played the sound effect from Sonic Mania of the dimensions warping, and I'm like, oh right, because these are hyper connected. The end of
million quotation marks. Both
they
teams
released
got
at
told
the same time, and somehow they connect.
Make this MacGuffin the focus of your game, and it makes the sound, and no other collaboration between the two teams was allowed.
It's fucking nutty.
Did you guys do? I had to go to bed. Did you guys do episode Shadow?
Yeah, all three levels. Yes.
Yeah.
So you saw the epic origin. I love Infinite. They banished him to the other dimension, but they need to bring him back because it's so funny just to have a character who's like, I'm a real tough guy, and then he gets beat. He learns brutally from Shadow that he is not him.
No, it's true.
And
Aggro,
then goes and then cries and is like, please, Dr. Eggman, butcher me under the knife to make me a Chad.
Aggro, you know in Metal Gear Solid 3 when you can grab someone and then just throw them brutally to the ground? That's basically what Shadow did on sight with Infinite, and that's his origin story!
It's so weird because they don't want to show you the face of Infinite before he gets the mask.
Because he's undoubtedly just as bad as those NPCs and cutscenes.
Right, but it just feels like it's supposed to be alluding to some bigger reveal.
Yes.
It's like, but you didn't write anything.
Well, they didn't have time to write anything.
Or money to show a thing they might write.
That's true.
They didn't have any of this shit.
The funny thing is, I think there is a maskless Infinite, and he looks pretty all right.
Oh, really? Oh,
So,
the tie-in
I don't
comics, I
know.
see. The tie-in comics have
I've
it.
seen it
my
in 3D,
God.
but that might be a thing fans made.
They might be able
It's
to
also-
move the camera in those cutscenes or something. I'm not sure if any of those were
It's-
pre-rendered or not.
No, those
It's
were real
also
time.
funny
Okay,
because
yeah.
Infinite is based on
So
Shadow
based.
concept art.
Oh, that is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think I'll post it, but this was originally one of the concept pitches for Shadow, and they basically just changed the species of it, and that was Infinite.
Let me see this real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see that. That I thought the mask or something would be, but
No, not the mask, but this is basically what he looks like underneath it.
right.
Like Infinite?
Yeah.
Really? Huh. I wouldn't have guessed that based on how he looked in those cutscenes.
Yeah, he's like a cool jackal man.
Yeah, I can kind of see it because he's got the scarf and stuff, and I think he had some sort of armbands.
Yeah, he ran Jackal Squad, who were like mercenaries that they're playing real like we. It's really funny to have a series like Sonic, which does try to have backstory and lore, but have like Mario levels of this happens in an ephemeral dreamscape. So like there can't actually be any hard shit that's consistent about the world, or it all breaks.
Hmm.
Like Forces, where it's just like, oh yeah, these are all weird animal people. I'm like, oh, that's not any other modern Sonic game.
Yeah, and weirdly, they all look like Sonic Boom background
They do.
characters.
They
like
do.
exactly, which is bizarre.
Well, it's almost like that Sonic Boom is a really cheap TV network CGI show, and the philosophy behind making background characters for that in a game that has to be out in 4 months is roughly identical.
Yeah, but it also leans into that angle of like the OC could have been Sonic Boom Man, where they would have just been like, well, this is
Yeah.
how people look in that.
Uh-huh.
Which is weird because elsewise you don't really get the impression that this is the Sonic Boom universe.
Yeah, absolutely not, because Sonic Boom universe is way
Eggman doesn't act like Eggman in the Sonic Boom universe.
Right.
Then again, he does have those 2 robots, and that is the case also in Sonic Boom.
It could be
so at least that's not a point against, but it's not point for.
Those robots were started in colors.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't disprove him as being that Eggman. It's just a tonal thing and a design thing. Because if you recall, Eggman in that, he's like,
he's completely different.
He's like triangle shaped.
Yeah, which no one else is here. Like, if it were the case that this were the Sonic Boom universe, it would be Robotnik from Real Universe coming to Sonic Boom universe. That's
right,
the only way.
But that doesn't make any sense because none of the rest of the cast is that.
I know,
and they would have had like Styx. Mm-hmm. At least Styx is in, I think, the 3DS ones.
I think so.
I don't know if Styx is even in the original Rise of Lyric game on Wii U. But you know how we're going to find out.
Styx should stay dead. Like, we don't need Styx. We have Marine. They're the same character, except they just decided to change her for Boom.
I'm just saying, you know how we'll find out, though, Bob? By having to play both Sonic Lost World and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric through on a single Wii U extravaganza stream.
God,
incredible.
Lost World for you are. It's so funny. You're like, we're doing Boom in the same stream as Lost World. Enormous buff to Lost World, and it's like on the Wii U. It's like you handed it, like you gave it a prosthetic limb and then took a different limb.
Yeah.
Right, we got to play the one they released, the one they hyped up as the big version. Like,
we don't
didn't
want
get the
any
PC
good
one
frame
later.
rates for this entire stream.
No.
Yeah, I think an important point that you need to remember during that stream is that Nintendo was like, wow, Sega, you're giving us 2 exclusive Sonic games. We're so lucky. Thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's really funny. I'm even seeing people in chat right now. Lost World is the worst, and Boom is a game, I guess. That is not the way those cards will fold, I feel like.
Yeah,
like, Boom has to be worse than Lost World.
Boom is unspeakably broken. Like, it's almost not fair. Like, Lost World is not broken, mostly.
Mostly, yeah. Besides, you get some really cool stuff like the Tails version of, what was it, Lacutus of Borg? Like, he literally has the Borg guy in Lost World. That happens at some point. It's delightful.
Okay.
Sarlene actually has an emote of it. And I was like, that's great, because I love that look he made in that cutscene. I'm excited. I'm excited for those two to have comprehensive knowledge of Lost World and Boom. What a delightful experience.
I'm honestly more excited to play through most of the Wii original ones.
Oh, yeah. Nothing will ever make me excited to play Secret Rings.
That
is a miserable fucking game. Fuck that game. I hate that game so much.
Yeah, if somehow a Sonic Boom rises to the level of terrible of Secret Rings.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, that'll be impressive.
Yeah. I'm sure there will be a segment of that is so broken and terrible that I'm like, wow, it's like we're back at Secret Rings. Thank God.
Right.
Thank God. Hey, Aggro, you may remember this. On the PS2, the iToy.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember Anti-Grav, the racing game where you're on hoverboards and you use the iToy to, like, lean into?
I remember the concept, yeah.
So we're going to do a flop swap that's that and Sonic Free Riders, the Kinect Sonic racing game.
Ooh.
We be motion gaming on this day.
God, what a nightmare that's going to be.
McDonald's!
The combo. Please.
I feel like someday you need to do like okay, chat, this goal is only $300. If we hit it, we will spend $100 on the cheapest Wii games I've never heard of.
Ooh. One moment, dumpster diving at the retro game store.
Jesus.
Yeah, like just the worst, like, this thing can waggle. People, look how much Wii Sports sold.
Here's 101 games in one.
Wow, that's a lot of games. I'm sure they're all safe for human consumption, right?
The worst part is it has to be like Dan consulting on this and Chris, because I've seen all of them too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
Bob's too GameStop pilled. He worked there too long.
Those are the games that sit there for years.
And you just, it's like a piece of furniture you never moved.
Right.
It's the cornerstone of the story. You just always see it and you're like,
Yeah, I filed the other games around those. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, it's still there.
There you are.
Big League Sports. Great.
These are the games that Bob's like, we can only give you 30 cents when they go, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I just don't want it in my house anymore.
Well, if you bring this back during a time where we're doing the trade-in, like you trade in 3 games, you get a bonus.
Mm-hmm. Isn't this
no.
explicitly why GameStop stopped doing that? Where too many people were like, here's like the worst dog shit in the entire world. You will never. Here's 15 games I got for 30 cents each. Now give me the $20 credit on each set of 3 I got.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. That's why they stopped doing it. Here's the 5-year-old Madden games I have. Now give me that credit.
I hope they bring that back in a desperate attempt to like recover from their imminent bankruptcy. And I'm just like, okay, eBay. Here's 55 unwrapped copies of Anthem.
Gotta go find the Red Steel landfill.
God. Now they got me separate individual games. You can't trade more than one of the same game at once.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
unless I walk out and come back in with another set.
You come back in an hour.
And a fancy mustache.
Right.
Aren't you this person? No.
You walk back into the GameStop in blackface, be like, do it. I dare you to accuse me of what I'm clearly doing.
Are you paid enough to care about what I'm trying to do? I don't think you are.
I would love for GameStop to do a game-oriented initiative as a way to try to save their game retailing business. But we all know they haven't done that ever.
God, they tried to pretend they were getting more into retro games again.
They did that again
recently, and then people called them out for you take repro carts and don't check at all. You just have to take them. Like what?
Can I scam them with that somehow? Like, is there some kind of really cheap repro cart that's cheaper than what they'll give me for a real copy?
Right. I'm sure there is. That's why they make repros. Because I'm gonna
take in a fake version of Nintendo World Championships and be like, give me $1,200.
Could you imagine that work? Good Lord.
I would love a Pawn Star segment that features Chris being like, yeah, it's a real thing. It's like the Pat the Idiot Pug segment, but like even more absurd because Chris knows it's fake. He's just like, it's a real thing. Childhood dream. Don't care. Give me the money. They're like, well, the best I can do is this, and he goes, thank you, and it just takes it and leaves. And then the segment ends with a little sketch where the guy is just like, yeah, that guy obviously ripped me off. I have no idea why I fell for that.
Walking into GameStop with a still wrapped bulk pack of floppy disks. Like, yeah, this is 20 copies of Oregon Trail.
Just give me a second. Oh, man. That would be so good. Holy shit. Let's move on from Sonic Forces.
Yeah,
I think we've said enough. We also played through Sonic Mania via the Totino's Mania mod, playing in Encore mode. I got what was probably actually slightly less than 2 hours of sleep for the stream. But hey, I beat Visions of Mana. And I gotta say, I've never ever played a Sonic game and gone, I can't get one emerald. So I don't know how that happened. Maybe the TV was in filmmaker mode. Maybe I was outright delirious. Maybe there was just something not going on. That was unreal though.
Yeah.
But the Totino's Mania mod's still a great mod. Still very worth playing in 2024. Let me tell you, they have really great songs like the Totino the Pizza Boy song and Smooth by Rob Thomas, Carlos Santana featuring Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20. And then Bad Romance.
And Poker Face, I think, all in one.
Oh, yeah? Okay, yeah. So, The Nut Shack and Inspector Gadget.
A lot of Inspector Gadget.
A lot of Inspector Gadget. So it's really good. It's a really good mod. It's delightful. Possibly one of the best initiatives Siva Gunner has ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic Mania is good.
Yeah, Sonic Mania is still really good.
It's really good. My favorite Sonic character, Dale.
Yeah, I still don't understand why Dale and Pete are in there. Why you add those?
They're iconic, Bob. They're from Sega Sonic the Sonic. Famous arcade game, and you play that to play as Dale and Pete. Iconic Sonic the Hedgehog characters. Yeah, no, I think they're a really cool addition. I'm glad they showed up. It would be cool if they could escape this game and show up in anything ever again. I don't think they're in Superstars. I don't think they're showing up in anything ever again.
Yeah, I mean, like Frontiers had very few characters, so that's we can't even judge it on that. Like,
in a sense, it almost doesn't have those characters.
Basically, yeah.
Didn't they update it though later where they're like you can play as those characters?
I think there is something where you can play as Amy. I don't even know. She might still be a hologram.
Tails can fly. Does this game still work with that? Like,
I'm pretty sure all the extra characters are like, yeah, they break the game completely.
They're like, we made this game around Sonic, and then we realized we want to have these characters, and then it broke the game entirely. So
and they just didn't. It's like it doesn't matter. It's like here's the fun thing to play,
right? Because that's kind of the vibe of that game, anyways. They're like, we made a big Sonic world, and it's kind of fun to fuck around in it. I'm like, cool. This is the best Sonic game in years. Thank you. Really excited for what the hell they're gonna do next.
Right.
Hopefully, we get to see that at some point.
Yeah, it was 2021 or was it 2022?
I think it was 2022. Wait, maybe 3.
No, it was 2.
No, it was late 2022. There we go.
Yeah,
that explains it. Okay.
Yeah, especially since the deals, like they really framed it like they're going to try and give the adventure structure another shot, where it's like you get to play as these other characters that aren't Sonic, and I'm like, wow. It's almost like the adventure formula where you make a Sonic level and then use the assets from that level to make other levels for different characters that have different gameplay types was really smart, and you never should have quit doing that.
And I know someone's brain listening to this isn't fully formed, and for anyone who constantly goes, Dan, you're inventing people. No, I'm not. I wish.
Do I need to go back and find the Penny Arcade Sonic game where you don't play as Sonic Award Sonic Adventure 2? Because people were fucking livid when that came out on GameCube. They were like, why don't I get to play as Sonic? Where are these other characters? That was the origin point of all of it.
I wasn't even going to say that. I was just going to speak to someone heard us describe Sonic Forces as playing the same level 3 times as Sonic characters. They're not processing. Those are almost identical gameplay paradigms.
Mm-hmm.
What people want is these fairly different gameplay. Like when you play Sonic Adventure 2, those are 3 really different ways to play a level.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
And if you go back to Adventure 1, even like Amy and
way more
Tails
different.
is pretty much the same, but
yeah.
There's differences.
But then there's Big the fucking cat.
Yeah, Big the cat. There's each one of them felt way more different even than the two, because like Chris is saying, like Tails and Amy are similar, but like Tails can fly.
Also, like if we're talking about Adventure 1, and really your goal, like as much as I like Adventure 2 more than Adventure 1, your goal with a new ambitious Sonic should probably be closer to Adventure 1, where there's an open world city where the story progresses and there are cool unlocks and the feeling of the world. Like every person who's like, I like Sonic Adventure 1 more than 2, they aren't talking about the levels, basically.
Basically not.
They are talking about the feeling of being in the world of Sonic the Hedgehog. And if there's one thing we've learned from the open world genre crashing the budgets of the industry and ruining everything forever, from graphics technology to production and gameplay quality, everything else, people want that feeling. They want the feeling of being in the world of the game. And so aim for that. Aim for Sonic Adventure 1. You make a new one, make the city, make the thing.
Right.
Have them travel from places.
It doesn't even need to be like super big.
No.
It just needs to be something explorable that you unlock stuff in. Like people love even the smaller thing of Mario Galaxy.
Yeah. Like because there's a hub.
Right.
And
they just want a hub.
Pretty fucking big. In fact, maybe to a detriment of how much you have to keep running to get to the other hub to then go to the actual level. Yeah. So hopefully they do something like that. Because, we watched a little bit of the Sonic's 25th anniversary. And they're like,
Jesus.
Adventure 3?
Yeah.
Please? And for anyone who's like, 25th anniversary Sonic, that must have been recent. No. Wake up. It is 2024.
Yeah. COVID really put an extra spike in this of like, oh man, it has been a long time. Jesus.
Because that stream happened before Forces and Mania came out, right?
Yeah.
Because Mania contains references to that event. It's been a while, sweetie.
I believe that Croby Cat video on it is 8 years old.
But he did it like the next day, right? That event did happen in 2016. So yeah, the event is 8 years old.
Right.
Anyway, it's been a while. Can you please make Sonic Adventure 3 and a Chow Garden game for the love of God?
Or, get this. A Chow Garden in the new Sonic Adventure game. I think that might get people to buy it.
Yeah, I think
that might work.
I hate to be like, I think I've said this a couple times before, and people always get indignant, but it's like, you're not going to play a Chow Garden game. You're not.
They will.
Some people will.
No,
Chris
they won't.
is wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You were totally wrong.
I am not wrong. If you make a standalone Chow Garden game, that shit will not take off. If you put it into Sonic Adventure 3, everybody will love it. It has to be, because a big part of the Chow Garden thing that people love was going into the levels and picking up supplies for them and going back. If you entirely detach it from that and make it like a phone game or something, nothing.
I mean,
zero.
the phone game, you're shooting it and like putting it in a box. No one will play it if it's a phone game. If you make a multi-platform, reasonably budgeted Chow game, not like something super expensive, people will absolutely buy it and it will be profitable. No chance it won't be. 100%.
What if you can't go around to Sonic characters and interact with the Chows?
Well, then that begs the question, what do you go around as? Because you need to go around as something.
Perhaps in a first person.
Chris Thorndike.
You go around what if this Sonic game is first person and you move around like a fucking cryptid? And I'm like, well, that's kind of harshing the vibes a little, don't you think? Which Chris Thorndike? Are we already terminal? Is this Sonic Omen's Chris Thorndike? I need to know which Chris Thorndike. This is really important. Because for people who don't know, at one point in Sonic X, Chris Thorndike's 18 years old.
It's true.
So is it that one? Or is it the Sonic Omens? We banged up a model of Sora from Kingdom Hearts and made him Chris Thorndike? Or is it, baby Chris Thorndike? I don't know. I think, if anything, because they did the bootleg, basically, Chow game, did a Kickstarter or whatever, and that did pretty well. Admittedly, a YouTuber propped it up, but, people, there's demand. I believe the people in the streets when they say they want a Chow game. Because I also would buy a Chow game, like a real Sonic one. Just to be clear, I'm not sure I'll buy the fan version.
Right, like that's breaks things up.
Yeah, that's not
enough.
the same. That's not like sorry. That's not what the assignment called for.
Right, the aesthetics are a part of the thing. You can't.
Didn't Balan actually have Chow things that nobody ever did while anybody I know streamed it or looked at?
I don't know if you could actually do anything with them. You could move the creatures around, I think, but I don't think that actually has like mechanics around it.
I would not guess on whether or not a Yuji Naka game has weird, buried, completely obtuse, opaque mechanics for the creatures in the worlds, because he made knights. And that's where the Chows came from. They came from the Knights' absolutely insane system for, what was it called? Intelligent life or whatever? So yeah, no, I would not ever guess what's in a fucking Yuji. Like, hey, Yuji Naka, these creatures are here. That's not that's not. It's just set dressing, right? He's like, you did not understand the vision, and then he walks away disappointed because he's going to prison. That's why he's so disappointed in this moment. Had a life system. Thank you, chat. Artificial life.
Okay.
In the Knights game. When you played Knights, you knew, right?
No.
Totally. So,
I knew I was playing a bad game. I didn't know anything else. I couldn't tell anything else was going on.
Don't worry, everyone. He'll get it next time when we do the Knights death stream.
Yeah, and then you got to do the Wii one.
Aren't there technically 3 Knights games? Ignoring the Christmas one, because I guess...
I don't think so. I think there's only the Knights
2?
and then the Wii one.
Okay. Bland versus Knight. No, that's too obvious. I love flop swaps that are too
launched
obvious.
already. Also, they played it.
Yeah, we already played it, and it wasn't that bad. Like, everyone acts like it's like the worst thing ever, and I'm like, nah, it's fine. It's like eating white bread with nothing on it.
I think fine is way too high praise.
Yeah, fine is perhaps you have some damage from other things that you've had to play in your life.
No. Let me be clear. Maybe my words aren't like it's like a 3 or a 4. But people act like it's a fucking 1, and I'm like, okay, guys, come on now.
It's just this is a functional game that has absolutely nothing to set off any neuron ever. You just stare at paint dry for 8 hours. That's bland.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like a worse Blinks the Time Sweeper. That really is what it, when you look at the levels and you think about what it is, you just go, you're just a worse one of those.
Yeah.
Which Blinks 2 already was. Why did you do it again?
I don't know.
But yeah, people act like it's like, oh, you played Bland. Isn't that worse than Yick? And I'm like, are you insane? No.
Get out of here.
Get out. The fuck are you on about? Anyways, I'm very excited for Sonic Chronicles, a game that has been propped up numerous times as possibly worse than Yick, and we will then have to go, this is the worst game we've ever played for a different game.
If you think that little of Yick, there's not like if it's like, oh, this is a turn-based RPG where every single encounter is like scraping fingernails against my skin. Everything takes so long. It sucks. Nothing will beat it if Sonic Chronicles can't. Like, it can't be done. Like, it's locked in forever.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I'm going to read this out because people need to know this is level Twitch is at nowadays. Ahmad did a poll on would you play a standalone Chow Garden game? The options were God, yes, and no. No one at 58%, and 43% for God, yes. That is 101% Twitch. What do you mean? 101%.
Nate Silver over here.
I don't know. 43% of chat saying they would buy a Chow Garden game. That seems like enough people to make a fucking profit with a low budget.
Yeah, you think they think they would?
Yeah.
Again, I think that it would be much bigger. It'd be a much bigger win if it was just part of a new, like if the next Sonic Adventure style game felt complete and had that.
Yes, but I think the problem is when you hitch it to this idea of like, we have to do Adventure 3, right? Like for me, mine's more conservative, pragmatic idea of just like, can you just get a fucking team to make the standalone game that will ship? Like this isn't, no one's asking you to do like the biggest thing you've ever fucking done over here. We just want a Chow Garden game. Like go make that. Whereas Sonic Adventure 3, it's like, okay, take the shit from Frontiers, a game that is nothing like Sonic Adventure, and then make Sonic Adventure 3. Like, that's...
I feel like Sonic Frontiers format could be applied to Sonic Adventure pretty easily. Because instead thinking of Sonic Adventure 1 specifically, you have the big adventure zones that you run around and do stuff in. Though you have, like, much more, like, they'd have to be higher rent than the islands in Frontiers.
Yeah,
and then like, instead of levels that we've seen in 8 fucking Sonic games already, you have new levels. You can even have fewer split among the 4 characters, but I feel like I can see the progression to that.
I mean, sure, but it is a radically more advanced. Like what a Sonic Adventure is with all the cutscenes and objects that all act completely different is so radically different from Frontier's level of scope, where it's just like, and then he stands there and talks to the hologram. Like,
yeah,
like when you think about Sonic Adventure 2 and a little bit lesser extent Sonic Adventure 1, there are a lot of cutscenes where things happen with new objects and vehicles and locations. that is so radically, if you were to make the same quality of thing as Frontiers, but with those locations, that is a radically more ambitious thing than what Frontiers was. Frontiers is, we made a giant open world where the physics work, and then we made pretty low rent cutscenes for the whole thing, except for a few. Very few. Yeah, so I don't know. I still think Sonic, like, what I'm saying is we can't reasonably believe that, of course they're going to pull off Sonic Adventure 3. Like, no one in this call, I feel like, would be like, certainly, it is the obvious, Sega's going to do it, and they'll nail it, right?
Right.
In fact,
counting on Sonic Team to nail anything. Really don't do that.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't bet actual money on it. Although I've been thinking, if they did do a Chow Garden, what they'd have to do to ensure it was successful is give it some weird plot akin to the Pokemon trading card Game Boy Advance game. Like, it has to be a component of some weird plot where you play as some character. It can even be a Sonic character, but it has to be like Tails goes to kindergarten and there's the Chow Fight Club.
Yeah.
It does need something more than what is there to make a Chow Garden game work standalone.
Yeah, of course. Like, you can't, like, you have to have a story. You have to have a
Right.
character. You can't just rip out the characters, the context, and everything and go, we shipped that. And I'm like, then you weren't done. Like, you can't just be like, yeah, you boot the game and you're just in that room. Which I would like to note, Game Boy. It wasn't Game Boy Advance, the trading card game for Pokemon.
Right.
Yeah, it was just Game Boy.
God, I wish they did that on a Game Boy Advance. That would have been awesome.
You'd have to make the Mario Golf RPG, but with Chow Garden.
Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious. You have the
fucking Nintendo should make the Mario Golf RPG again. Didn't the Switch one, like, we're gonna have a mode like that, but it wasn't actually anything like that? And
it was kind of like that. The problem was they hitched it on that goofy, gimmicky bullshit mode where you have to run after the ball. And I'm like, why?
Because every Mario sports game has to be bad on
it. Literally, it doesn't even feel like it has to be bad. It feels like every time there's a monkey's paw. Yeah. It's like, oh, what an obvious win.
It's like, what if it weren't done? What if various mechanics were just made to upset you?
And that's the thing. Like, as someone who likes, generally speaking, the Mario Golfs more than the tennises, it fucked me up that the tennis game came out better than the golf game that time. Like, and it's not even close. Oh, God. How cursed. Anyway, we talked about Sonic Mania at some point. It was buried in there.
It's somewhere in there, yeah.
We talked about Totino's Mania. Let's move on. Do we want to talk about Visions of Mana, or is there something else? Because we didn't stream anything else. We missed Friday.
Yeah, we didn't stream anything else. We could talk about that before we move on to, like, what I played or whatever.
Sure. Everyone in this podcast played Visions of Mana, and oh my god, I get to play the clip, not just partially, but entirely. One moment. Let me just...
Game code provided by Square Enix.
But only for me.
Yeah, only Dan.
Yeah, I bought it. Game code provided by me, myself.
That's okay. I still have a thing. It's a thing called integrity, because they didn't buy me off. You can't buy me off when I technically got this. You can't sit there and be like, well, obviously this man's biased by his fucking Steam code when I bought this fucking edition of this game. I'm obviously a mark in advance.
Right. You aren't those guys who are sitting around with the Fallout bracelets. This
entire conversation, I'm just doing this. Yeah, I think the game's impeccable. 10 out of 10. Could you imagine they sent me this? Holy shit.
Right? That'd be insane.
Oh, man. I'm going to open this for the first time. Because I beat the game, and I waited until I beat the game to open the box.
Good Lord.
So I might as well do it live. Let's talk about what platforms we played on. I played via the PC code we got. Because I found out when launch happened, it was not in the demo at all. It does pre-compile shaders. So it actually runs fairly smooth, but not perfectly. Bob, what platform did you play on?
PS5, and I assume everyone else did too.
Mm-hmm.
Chris?
No, I played it on Xbox. I played it on PS5.
Man, my heart stopped for a second. Like,
I forgot they released it on there.
For a second, I played it on an Xbox controller. Does that count? I mean, PCs or Xboxes, according to Microsoft. I feel like we should listen to them on this.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's whoop. Oh!
Oh wow! It's the mana tree.
Oh my god, that's awesome! Why was that slipcover even on it? Oh my fucking lord! That is beautiful. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, that was legit. I didn't know that was underneath that. Anyway, I beat the game. Bob, how many hours in are you?
Probably, I think it's around 15, somewhere around there.
That's also about where I am.
Okay, aggro?
I'm a little under 10.
I figured the one thing I actually am getting out of this box. Hopefully Tosh is not listening to the podcast. She'll charge into the podcast room. I got my little Flammy, my Ramco. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Uh-oh. I'm barely out of the bag for a second, and Tosh is like, wait a minute.
You will never see it again.
I sensed its freedom.
It's so cute. Look at that. I am enjoying it. Tosh cannot wrestle this from me without coming on camera. This is delightful. You ever see the video of the dog who has the cupcake in front of it? It's a lot like, oh, Bob, you're disappearing.
Oh, no.
Bob, what happened? Okay. Don't. I'll cry. Don't run away with it.
Oh, I am.
No! Come back! Oh, that was so short-lived. This is horrible. This is the worst. Chat, don't trust women. Named Tosh. Don't do that. Anyway, I guess I'll just sit here with the box and cope.
This is just as good.
She took the Wii U. Anyway, Flamment. Visions of Mana is a game that either needed to reduce its scope a little bit or get a lot more money for cutscenes. I think that's one of the broadest, most obvious takes you can have after playing it.
I sure thought, wow, the monsters and environments in this game look great. I wish there was more to do in the environments and that the cutscenes didn't look that way.
Yeah. Because structurally, the game kind of just goes, travel through this amazing giant areas. Man, we're running out of time here. What if maybe you had a reason to do that again? And this
you all have the warp points? Uh-oh.
And this time it was better. And I'm like, cool. Why did the first 10 hours of this game kind of just give me a really bad impression? Because that's my opinion. I think the game drastically picks up both on a story level and on like what you're doing level. After about 10-hour mark.
Yeah, you don't see a real dungeon until like near where I am.
Yeah.
The first dungeon I'd say is like fully realized is the Earth dungeon, which is way into that game.
So there's a really good argument to be made that a lot of the structure leading up to that point is the energy of you walked into a Walmart and the electronics department looked you in the eye and just said, hey, can you go back out to the parking lot and go to this corner of it and pick up a thing? And then you went,
it's a Vector Mana.
I guess. Anyway, I gotta get to the tree because I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, this whole game, from step one, the cutest creatures you can imagine, gaslighting you and peer pressuring you into killing yourself.
The game is literally about a suicide cult.
Yes.
I need, Square, I'm confused that you don't understand Final Fantasy X considering you made it. But that game worked for one, those minor spoilers for this 25-year-old game. You didn't know Yuna was gonna die from the start. You didn't find that out till a ways in. And also the whole point was that it wasn't just these groups of people, like this, it wasn't a suicide cult, it was like a suicide society where everybody's weird about death.
Society.
Some sort of
and
society
that isn't the
girl.
case. That isn't the case in Legends of Mana. Not Legend of Mana, Visions of Mana. Although I do think the one guy who's like, I don't care, it'd be epic if the world ended, is pretty funny.
I honestly, every couple hours, I would just have to stop and go, okay, have I misunderstood what happens when you get to the mana tree?
I genuinely, I had a little bit of that moment where I just wondered, okay, there's like part of the story has to be that they're too young to process what they're doing, right?
And it feels like a lot of them are sheltered and not allowed to leave their communities. Like,
literally,
in fact,
is established in the lore of multiple of the regions where they're just like, no, you're literally not allowed to travel the world.
Yeah.
Look, I get it when it's like, this must be done to preserve the world and this is my duty. And I'm like, okay, but then like random villagers are like, pick me, I want to go.
Well, yeah, it's the only way you get to leave.
How do these fuckers live right next to an open volcano? How do they survive?
So, the mild spoilers for the game, very mild. But the ending, you step in the monitory and it's just the chamber from Logan's Run, and the fan kicks up and you float to the ceiling and get bug zapped.
Yeah, not like. I
would be like,
there was a period.
Perfect video game.
There was a period where I was afraid that the game would be pro-suicide unironically, because that is more or less the way Oninaki is.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oninaki is
way more.
So I was scared that I would I'd be like, this is weird. And then I look at it's like a horror sting. I who wrote Visions of Mana? And then it's like, same writer, Oninaki. They only have one idea, and it's killing yourself.
You finish the game after the fucking Logan's Run sequence, and you just go, what was the theme here? Like, what was the message? It's like, wouldn't it be fucked up if you went in a big tree and killed yourself? It's like, okay, that doesn't really.
Japanese developers, we need to talk, because you're the ones that don't seem to fucking grasp this. If you make me do a side quest and I don't get one experience to level up with, or two, some sort of material that leads to my power going up, you're wrong, and you should remove that side quest immediately. Just take it out.
I feel like with a lot of the optional content in this, the stuff you get from it isn't good enough in general.
To justify doing it. Like I got to the Water City, and I'm like, I will do the next 10 side quests, and if I don't get anything from them I feel like I need, I'm done doing them. And I did them all, and I got like 2 ability seeds that I could get from trading in the core stone. So it's like, no more. These, they don't have dialogue or anything. They're all fetch quests.
Yeah, the only ones with dialogue are the painter ones.
Yeah.
Which are pretty good.
Yeah, those are okay.
Yeah, especially since it leans on the core strength of this game, environment art. The environments in this are absolutely fucking gorgeous.
Yes.
They're I don't know how they do that weird of, first of all, it feels like this game has an insane draw distance. You can see so fucking far. And they do something where if it's a certain distance away, it somehow just looks like a matte painting.
Yeah.
Hey, it's that thing that they said they wanted to do in Babylon's Fall.
And there's this really weird, almost model toy type look to a lot of the environments. And there's a lot, and I sure found myself thinking, wow, it would be nice if there was more shit in these environments. It really feels like they had they made the game for a much larger scope and then got told, you don't have as much money as you thought.
Yeah, it genuinely, they made a giant open world scope game, absolutely massive levels. And then they didn't have enough money to fill it with an interesting variety of things to do, which is really unfortunate. Between that and the first 10 hours plot-wise and other stuff, just kind of not firing on all cylinders, in my opinion, level design. I was really worried I would finish this game and give it a 7 or 6 or something.
Right.
I do think it picks up in a number of ways, system-wise and other stuff. And, somewhere around about where Chris and Bob are, the game just goes, here's these tools. I hope you don't unhinge my difficulty. I hope you don't completely neuter me. And I'm just like...
And I'm like, oh, if I can do that'll give this game a couple points. I'm sorry...
I don't know if there's more than one build in comp to do that, but there's definitely one that does.
Listen, if you're making an RPG, you gotta let me get strong and not care that I destroy the difficulty of your game. If I want difficulty in your game, I'll turn the difficulty up. This is why I'll always stand for the Trails series a little bit, because on normal difficulty, you just become an unstoppable God King. There's 4 additional difficulties above normal for a reason.
Yeah, in this, I don't feel at any point I was actually challenged. There is a status effect boss that was like the most annoying boss of the game to fight for me, because I fought it once and went, oh, okay, next time equip the ability seed that makes it impossible to do that to you. And then I forgot.
Status effects are just evil in this game. Paralysis especially, where you just get seizures every so often and can't do anything.
That is funny as shit, because I'm like, okay, dude, fucking, I know you have paralysis, but I'm going to need you to use this item to revive that character. Otherwise, this boss is going to be up your scrot in a second here. So please. And then he goes, okay, I'm going to use the ow. And then he does nothing.
That was the first time I found out that was the first time I tried to use an item.
Yeah.
And I was like, why didn't it go off? He just didn't do anything. I thought the game was literally broken.
To be clear, that is still an issue.
Oh, is it?
Like, you will just absolutely have a time. You tell him to use an item and something. Every character is struggling with ADD.
If you give a character a command and they get hit between you giving the command and them doing it, they forget.
Not like even that tier. It can sometimes just happen when it was like, well, I was moving when you gave me the command, and then I stopped moving, and that became my priority. And I'm like,
also, the ally AI is incredibly bad. They will just stand there in the middle of a gigantic damage ring that has a giant middle of like, hey, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm standing in the middle. It's like, I can't fix that.
Palamina
You're going to die.
Morley are just like, hey, what's up? There's a red circle on the ground. And I'm like, bro.
They have no self-preservation at all.
Right. I would say, however, the AI is pretty good for Val, because he will cast the correct saber type on your other characters.
Right,
that's a thing.
There's little things like that, but when the basics of they don't want to stay alive is a problem, it's really funny. It's really rough.
I wouldn't say it was a problem because the game's so cake easy, but it should be better.
It's not an actual legitimate problem for getting through the game. It's a problem for enjoyability of like, now I have to waste items because you guys stood there and took 5 hits for no reason.
They're like, that's okay. You have 705 candies in your pocket. And you're like, look, those were all for me.
I have to use them. That takes time, and I don't want to do it.
It is funny lecturing
the team. Like, this is really funny how it takes time. Time is short. I'm dying.
You can buy items, and I'm like, why?
Yeah,
the world is full of chests that have them in it.
I ended up eventually just buying items, and I think that was to make sure I had recover 50 MP, because I basically turned Palamina into an insanely powerful wizard. Because she used the Earth Elemental with Palamina. That's the trick. My fucking magic attack stat was insane. So of course I'm just going, the damage on the boss stopped, like his health bar stopped bleeding anytime I wasn't hitting him. That means, she ran out of mana. Let me just hit her up with a couple. And the great thing is they have a quick access thing where you hold R1 and then you push any D-pad direction and you can set like what it does. And it will always give, if it's a healing item, it gives it to the most damaged character. If it's an MP recovery item, it gives it to the lowest MP character.
Oh.
So since she's always the lowest MP character because she's my fucking mage, worked like a charm. And I'm like, that legitimately is good. Just like Val knowing which saber type to give me is legitimately good. If I'm playing as Morley, I just have Val in the corner and he's putting the correct saber types on us. I honestly thought that dip would just cast whatever randomly.
Right. It feels like everything on the combat side is so close to actually polished and good, but it's missing that final like Passover. It feels like everything's just a little bit less than what it should be. And it's really sad that there isn't going to be another one of these from this developer, because it feels like one more time out, this game could have been great.
100%.
Which always, it kind of baffles me a little bit, because again, this is a guy from Devil May Cry 5 who's the director of this game. Yeah. And so it's funny when they miss really obvious things. Like when you lock on an enemy, the camera should follow them tightly.
And maybe, possibly, if it doesn't do that, let you still control the camera because the camera stick chooses which enemy you look at. So oftentimes, people who haven't played this game, you lock onto an enemy and just stare at a wall.
Yeah.
The camera won't pivot towards them for some reason, and you can't move the stick because it'll just retarget.
Yeah, I'll target a different guy.
I forget what game it was. It was this year. I can't. Maybe it was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I honestly don't remember. Where I was grappling with the lock on because I didn't understand. No, if you move the right stick at all while locked on, it breaks the lock on.
I believe that was in Reverse as well. I think.
Oh wow. Okay.
Where I just my instinct is to try and follow it with the camera myself, and it's like no, the
Armored Core
lock
did
on
that.
helps.
Armored Core did that.
I think it was Armored Core is the one I'm thinking of, which would have been last year. But I think it was that.
Yeah, like I know I learned that live on Big Think about Armored Core.
Tosha's come out of the room 3 different times, and she's
never
not
given it. Dan, you're never
did
getting
not
it
bring
back.
Ramco to me once.
Never.
Every time I'm staring, I'm like, come on now. Yeah, no. So like, it's bad. The lock-on's bad. The story we basically already talked about. Like to some extent of like, oh, there's a suicide cult. What's up with that? And they're like, we're excited.
What's up with that?
And you're like, no, really, what's up with that? And they're like, we're so excited. And I'm like, do you all just have bad home lives? Like, why are you so down for this? And then it takes about 10 hours. But I'm gonna play the spoilers theme one moment. One of them finally goes, wait a second, I am not excited for that. And that's where I feel like it starts to like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, I've been playing chicken with this game. Like, okay, I need one of these Cabbage Patch dolls to wake up, or I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, maybe that's intentional to create this really unnerving atmosphere. In which case, it worked.
Yeah.
But also, and this is a Cinema Sins thing, so whatever. But I thought it multiple times. Like, so you have a society where.
And you participate.
If these 6 people don't get to the place, the world ends.
Yep.
And this happens every 4 years, like clockwork, or the world ends. And if one of them dies, the world ends. Like you don't get a do-over.
Well,
it's over.
Technically,
that part of the world dies.
That part of the world dies. If the Alm of Fire dies, that village dies.
They say the whole world loses the blessing of that element, though, and they've talked about how that caused problems with other places when they lost the Earth blessing.
It's true. That is there as well. But the main thing is that part.
In this world, they would have like super Roman Empire levels of the world's most guarded road from the furthest part on this journey to the tree.
No, one redhead.
Yeah, one dude. Like we always like just one.
It would be the safest road in fictional history. It'd be like, if you do anything anywhere near this road, we kill you and your entire family. You fucking behave if you're on the road.
It's almost like the 2 main themes of Visions of Mana might be, this is not a sustainable plan, and also, oh man, things sure are interconnected. We can't isolate ourselves and like function just fine if the entire Earth village explodes.
It is, man. Every spirit sucks. You hear stories from other people, other NPCs like, oh yeah, my dad was taken by the event. It's like, wait a second, how old? You could have selected like an 80-year-old, 50-year-old dude. You're always select teenagers or young 20-year-olds who may or may not be pregnant. What's wrong with you?
So, I also, there's one moment where an element's like, yeah, I picked twice from the same family. And you go, what the hell is your deal?
Yeah.
This element's psychotic. Yeah. Part of me wonders, do the elementals literally do not understand
what's
death?
happening? Right. Like, that's what it feels like.
Right. You start to wonder playing the game, just like, you are so gung-ho about this plan.
You leave humans alone and their populations just explode.
Yeah, you can't have more than 12 people in the Fire Village.
No.
This is the biggest city on Earth! And you're like,
oh, the streets are so crowded. What? Which I can forgive stuff like that, because it's like, actually populating this world with people would be really hard. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Like Assassin's Creed Unity is impressive. We don't need to do that again.
we need to do that again, just to be clear, but not with my franchise.
Right.
Go do it with a different
go
one.
do it with Assassin's
Go
Creed.
do it with Assassin's Creed. Leave Mata to not do that. Anyway, I'm gonna stop playing the spoiler music. Anyway. What else is there to say about it? I think it's really neat that people have multiple different weapon types. Like, I think it's neat that, you take Val and he can use the different elementals to have different classes. So he can either be a tank or whatever. They all have unique names, and that's really cool, too. Morley, of course, the Night Blade. Mm-hmm. I think that's really, really neat.
Yeah, it's fun to just get a new moveset and
mm-hmm.
see a new transformation every time you get those elemental vessels.
They are so smart to take that from gacha games. To just be like, have the reveal of the new costume!
Let me buy the upgrades. Like, let me buy the abilities before I see the transformation, please. I don't like having to go through, okay, time to watch 15 minutes of transformations because I want to spend my elemental points.
Oh, that's
I got a new vessel.
That's when you hold the triangle button immediately and you go skip.
There is a lot of weird, like, and sadly they'll never get a chance to improve on them because the fucking studio was shut down. But there are a lot of...
It was just gutted. It wasn't completely shut down.
Yeah, the three guys left. They got this.
Yeah.
Man, I really hope we hear that, like, Square poached every single one of those motherfuckers. Like, this did well. Come now. You're ours. There's little tiny things. It's like, you sure should have thought, like, that are just weird QOL things, like the fact you can't change your party order inside a town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually readjust your party order there. It's weird.
I got really confused by that multiple times. Like, why can't I fucking change who's in my party? It's like, no, you have to be in a combat zone before you can do that.
Huh.
Yeah, because Val has to be the lead character, so they don't want you moving around anyone.
Right, because the other characters need to stand around in town, and then you can talk to them about the world's... Like, if I have one major complaint, it's that they write so many lines of dialogue for every person in a city and every member of your party when you're in that city, and none of it's good. Like, it almost never builds any deeper, richer tapestry to the world you live in. Like, they just say the most obvious, empty-headed thing, and... all of them do. Like, you'll run up on a group of 5 people and they'll all have 5 different ways of saying the same thing, which is super obvious and not...
Yeah, I stopped talking to town folk almost immediately. I basically just only talk to my allies.
Yeah.
And that gives me a little bit.
I stopped talking to them, and like I started to wish that they would just give me speech bubbles as I ran by.
Yeah, I stopped when I got to Palomina's main town, the biggest city.
Yeah.
I talked to every person in there and just went, no.
There was one town
again.
that actually really upset me because the entire conceit of the town was one thing that made it so they should not have item sellers in it. And then they did, and there was no explanation, and I was just upset.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I thought that was so funny.
It was
because that was another town where I went, you know what? I haven't talked to anyone in a while. After Palomina's town, let me go ahead and talk to everyone here to see if I can... Oh, they have nothing to say. Because the town is like, hey, the writer has an idea.
Yeah.
Here's a theme and a concept for this world. And I go, okay, cool, great. What's your idea with it? And they go, what? I didn't think I'd get this far.
Right? I wrote the outline for the idea, guys.
And don't worry, when you hit that town, you will absolutely know what town we are talking about. There is no way you could play this game to that point and then go... I wonder which one it was. Because they fucking put that sign above the welcome, like the front door.
Yes.
It's just like, welcome to the town with a weird philosophy idea. Like, what does this mean in this world? And then you go, I guess it meant nothing. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
Cool town. Like the stuff that happened around it.
Yeah, no, there's neat stuff there for sure.
The scene there is cool.
Yeah.
It does weird me out that each town has like many of them have just a scene. And then it feels like you literally go to the parking lot to pick up the thing, and then you come back and it has another scene, and then you're done. Which can be weird at times.
It can be weird, but I do appreciate the feeling of constant movement that I get here. Like,
yeah, because it's a journey.
Yeah, 3 hours in Visions, I've seen many different places, done many things. 3 hours in Daybreak, I'm still trying to get set up for this parade that is one float.
That wouldn't be funny, except for the one float part.
It's so funny. It's really funny.
I need to go to the next town so I can get past this part in the story because I need to not think about it anymore.
The float definitely needs to go on into some sort of category for Game of the Year.
It does. I'm worried about how many brain worms, mind-numbing barks are in this game. There are too many. Though we should travel by Meridian and Grizzly. And then Morley being like, I hope the Dud Bears like this one. And I'm like, we have more important shit going on, Morley.
Picking a fight with us was unwise. I know you saw me jump that bee. Man, like that's always how that fight starts.
I know. They said a line like that when I did a drop hit from fucking 7 stories up.
See, I've had a Val. I've been playing as Val, and I've had him on the lunar thing. So I just start every fight by trapping them all in the frozen time, and that's usually how the fight ends. Also,
yeah. I wish I could trigger my allies elementals without switching to them.
Yeah,
yes, that's another thing where it's like they should have had a button you can hold. Like you should have been able to put them on your shortcut menu.
Yeah.
They are really gung-ho about using it. Like the one I gave the water power is just like every match is now ending
Just
with
hosing them down.
down.
Yeah, I know. It's so funny.
Every time it does the slow-mo, like, oh, they killed something. It's somebody hosing.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, the elemental artifacts are really cool. A number of them are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
early
in the
on.
damage and functionality.
When you get the first one, the one of wind, it is the most flawless scene in the game, where Val picks up this weird looking thing, head empty, no thought, hucks it in the air as hard as he can, comes back, and then someone explains to him that it's a boomerang, and he's like, oh well, no wonder it acted like that when I threw it.
We should have seen him do that 7 more times with the other artifacts, but it did not come back any of the times. Oh, I broke it. Well then. Guess shows how good of a soul guard I am. Yeah, overall, I think the music could have been better. I think Trials of Mana has better music. It's not bad though. Like it is good. It's good music, but it's like it's not Harvestella good. It's not Trials of Mana good. I think the environments are absolutely gorgeous. The character designs are great. I wish their faces weren't all tired.
Because I find myself not even looking at the cutscenes. I was like, thank God they're all voiced. I can just zone out and hear it, and that's good.
I can't remember what game I was talking about, but I was playing a game on content. Like we weren't streaming it, but I talked about it on content. And it was for content, but I went, yeah, a cutscene would start and the writing's so bad and the visuals are so bad. I would find myself going, oh shit, I'm on my phone. I don't know what they said.
I think that was Final Fantasy 16.
Oh yeah, it probably was. Yeah, probably. Fuck.
Yeah, because that
would time up, and that would absolutely make sense. Okay. This kind of had that because the cutscenes are even more rock bottom budget wise.
Yeah, the budget isn't there at all.
It's not there at all, and how do I put this? The writing wouldn't be bad. Like it's kind of like what Bob was talking about with Trails. Where it's just like the writing wouldn't be bad if it was just drastically shortened. Because you'll have a cutscene where 5 people say the same thing. Another problem is like your teammates will say incidental, like, and this is my quip for the moment. Not even like, here's my perspective. Just, and then Morley says the Morley quip. And then Karina says the Karina quip. And I'm just like, you're not really contributing to the conversation here. We just said what obviously was the case because the prior cutscenes and events already covered this. I repeated it 2 or 3 times between me, Hina, maybe the fairies there to say it again too, and then everyone says their thing. So it's like the writing isn't terrible, but it certainly could be better, which is really lending, I feel, to the apprehensive atmosphere of like, did this game fully considered what the suicide cult meant?
I start to get like feelings like Madoka Magica from it. Like, there's just the angle of, cute little thing that's trying to get you to do something that's really questionable. But in that's rarely out in the open really quickly of like, this one I'm just killing that thing all the time.
Oh yeah.
So by the end of this game, if we aren't shooting Perry to death multiple times, the chief comes and like, well, that was so funny. You guys.
The fairy's like, we're here. Kill yourself. And you're just like,
I do wonder if I'm gonna get further in and be like, okay, so the entire first half of this game was just to make me feel weird and uneasy about how nonchalant everybody was about this.
Right.
And that weird section after the bad thing happens, and they start talking about candy.
Yeah.
In the travel dialogue.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
There should be a little bit more gravitas to this situation. You're having this fucking conversation about candy?
Yeah, no, literally for me, it was, this horrible tragedy befalls. And then we hit the next open world segment, and it's like seconds in between these moments, and then Val again is like, Grizzly! Oh, I'm so full of energy because I got an elemental stone! And I'm just like, dude.
Hold off a little bit, man.
Can we have a mode to engage for like a moratorium moment or something for Val to like even just take in the horror that has befallen before him? Right? No.
Okay.
That
requires 2 more voice lines. We can't do it.
Or no
Or
voice.
just turn them off.
Yeah.
That's always a surprisingly effective technique.
Right?
Yeah. So anyway, I think I've said.
Yeah, we've probably said enough, especially
piece.
if we're going to do any sort of other content on it.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a shame if we didn't do some other kind of content on it. I do often find myself thinking about Xenoblade 3 whenever I play RPGs nowadays.
Fair.
Just because its scope is amazing. I find its combat compelling a little bit more than some action RPGs. And their cutscene stuff is exactly the right level where you can mass generate a shitload of dialogue and it's fine. Whereas this is maybe because it's too high fidelity. Everyone's face is so tired.
Their mouse moves, nothing else.
And sometimes not even that. Like, there are countless times throughout the game, someone will go, "No, wait!" And their mouth didn't have time to process what phonemes it should have, so it just goes. And I just go, this is the sort of thing that only happens when you become a 3D game of a high enough fidelity. PS1 game, you wouldn't question it. Bob, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No.
Aggro?
This game is super smart for letting me choose what my current weapon looks like.
Yes.
Because, you buy the new weapon because it has the better stats, but I will be damned before I run around a game with a goddamn spadroon.
Yeah, I guess I should bring it up. The code they gave to me was for the digital deluxe version. So I have the costumes that are like, what if they dressed up as old Mana characters? And I'm like, then I wouldn't be looking at new Mana characters. So I put them on for 1 second each and went, neat. And then took them off again because I like their new design. And they each get 8 designs.
Yeah, no, that many costumes is really cool.
They do really, really fucking like it's so cool when you get a new outfit and you just go, damn, Val's looking nice. Nice fit, Val.
Where's the rest of your shirt, Val?
He's like, it was slowing me down.
I had to show off this situation.
Yes, it's important. I still can't get over the first few cutscenes where they're like, oh, he's so scrawny. It's like, Val?
Yeah, no, that was
Val?
unreal. That was unreal. They're like, Karina's like, no, it's not. He's jacked, unlike you. You're so scrawny, Val. And I'm like, that dude has an 8-pack and giant biceps.
Yeah, his biceps is as big as your head, Hina. What are you talking about?
Hina didn't say it.
I think Hina says it at a different point because it's when you first meet Erwin, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
Orin?
Damn, I can't believe that guy who I'm pretty sure is the exact same body with the skin tone changed.
Yep. They sure made one sculpt for guys in this game of a certain tier of character, and then there are 37 million of them, and for whatever reason, Orin is that too.
Well, yeah, it's like Genshin Impact. You have 700 characters, so you can only have like 6 body types.
Why isn't Visions of Mana more like Zenless Zone Zero? Where's the rat?
We have a squirrel. It's fine.
That's true. We do have the squirrel. I didn't actually finish that quest that was about Tails. Did you see that quest about Tails? It's in Palomina's town. It may be a later unlocked quest, but it's like, my girlfriend's insecure about her tail. Can you go talk to other species with tails to ask them about theirs? And I'm like, are you insane? Your squirrel girlfriend's insecure about her tail, so I gotta go talk to dragon people or something? I guess. What the fuck?
That's funny. That's more interesting side quest than I'd seen. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty
I really enjoyed when the queen's in disguise.
Yes.
Which, this isn't spoilers. You know it's her immediately.
Instantly.
But she wraps her tail up to be more like the masculine tail. It actually made me go look around at the other NPCs to be like, oh, the squirrel people, like the male and female, have very distinct tail types.
I did not notice that.
So she actually has her tail bounded up to be more like the masculine kind. It's weird. An interesting touch.
I wish I had noticed that. At least long plays exist. I could easily find that cutscene.
Right.
Chris, did you want to say anything else?
I don't think so. I think I guess it wouldn't be a Mana game if it didn't feel weird and unfinished in some way, because that's every single one.
I don't know when you're talking about. Secret of Mana is a fully cohesive game and all the systems work appropriately.
Yeah, Secret of Mana definitely isn't the... There should have been another half a game here, but then Nintendo canceled their fucking CD add-on.
Which, as I was mentioning to people, you're welcome. We gave you Chrono Trigger because Nintendo canceled the CD add-on that was supposed to... The original idea of the time travel and shit was Secret of Mana. So you're welcome. You can just fucking have that. One of the best RPGs ever fucking made. You're welcome. God damn it. I think, honestly, with all the RPGs on the Super Nintendo, it would have been fucking crazy if they released the CD add-on.
Yeah.
Just because, God knows, that's what made the PS1 perfect for RPGs. The scope you could contain on a fucking CD.
Yeah, that's why there's so many crazy ones on, like, Japanese computers and Turbo Graphics. And even the Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think the first place those Lunar games were the Sega CD, because it enabled them to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So it would have been crazy. Super Nintendo had, like, it is the PS1 before the PS1. It has all the crazy, amazing RPGs of that generation, basically. Like 95, 99% of them. It would have been awesome to get a CD add-on to do that. I get why they didn't, but damn.
Like,
dude.
it's...
Damn.
Yeah, we saw what happened with Sega doing all that, and
I feel like Nintendo would have gone the direction of video games, which definitely was a large part of what was weird when Sega did it. Or if you're kidding me, cool as shit about when Sega did it.
God, I still remember those days of being like, if this is what video games are, I'm not interested anymore. I think I'm done with video games. Because I had experienced that several times in a row, and it was like, oh, this is the future? Oh, no.
Oh, no. See, that's the thing. As I said in the Sonic Cartoon War podcast about Sonic Underground, I love outsider art. So, that was a really cool time for me. And it's like, yeah, this could be a game.
And also I have to wonder if Nintendo had made it, if it would then make it to the States and everything around that.
The other two that did, so you have to wonder,
right,
like the market pressure might have been.
Yeah, there's
enough.
no way that Nintendo wouldn't have released their CD add-on in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unlike the 64DD, which, reminder, that came out in like 99 or 2000.
Yeah.
Do you think, and this is the last bit before we move on to any other game, do you think there would have been a weird pressure on the N64 caused by the Super Nintendo having a CD add-on where people just go, bro?
Yeah, no, that would make their plans for the 64 make no sense.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
like, they would have to have added a completely different plan afterwards.
Right. Like, it has to use a disc type.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you can do this with a cartridge, which means every Rare game would explode. Like, but we need to stream off the cartridge.
Unless they went out the gate with the paradigm of it's got both.
Yeah, I mean that's the real thing. You just need more memory, which the N64 definitely needed.
Which
That's
I guess
why
is
they have the expansion pack.
Kind of like the Saturn's RAM slot.
Yeah.
So.
You can either add 4 or 8 megabytes of RAM to the Saturn, which is why it has arcade perfect ports.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was thinking about it again. I was thinking about the fact that, like, PC GPUs. What was it? Somebody was saying, I believe it was Black Myth Wukong. No, it was Star Wars Outlaw. It was like, you're going to have pop-in problems if you have only 12 gigabytes of VRAM. And it's like, isn't that like every fucking GPU other than a 4090?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. PC is really starved for memory. Like, because the PS5 has 16 gigs of fucking memory, and they can stuff the whole fucking bastard. NVIDIA needs to stop screwing everyone on memory.
Yeah.
Anyway. Bob, what else did you play?
I played some stuff.
Okay, the 4080 is 16 gigs. So there you go. So it's not only the 4090.
You can also get the 4080.
Or the 4080 Super or whatever.
I'm sure that's super affordable.
Does the PS5 only have 12? Or is it only 12 usable by devs? Anyways, hey, Bob.
I played the Call of Duty beta came out last week. So I jumped in there. Black Ops 6. They did a lot of changes to the movement system. And a lot of it feels like very much built around, you have those back paddles, right?
He means the controllers with the toggles on the back where you can hit those paddles and do extra functionality.
Yeah, so you can now run in any direction.
Mm-hmm.
You can also do dives and slides in any direction because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Which, on a regular controller, L3, sure, fine. You can hit that while going those directions, but hitting the duck button to do these slide maneuvers and things while trying to aim is not possible.
Yeah.
And you're kind of out of shoulder buttons because you have aim, down sights, shoot, grenade, and other grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could sacrifice other grenade or something and put that on circle to then have L2 free.
What if you move melee to circle and then make R3 the dive button?
I guess you could do that, but then you're putting melee on circle, and that's...
How often do you melee in Call of Duty? Because it is an important function, but flashing back on most of the multiplayer matches I did of Cold War, I feel like I didn't get into melee range nearly as much as I would need to dive away from gunfire.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
They've added a new mode for melee. You can now hold the melee button and he takes out a knife. And then the knife is actually one that kills like it used to be.
Oh my God.
But that takes, a switching sort of stances sort of thing. You can't just do that on the fly if you see a guy. Like, that's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. So it has to be something you're just ready to do. It like going around doing that, which people do. So it's neat that that's back in a way. And I think the new movement stuff is a lot of fun. Like, it makes moving around just feel better in general.
Right.
Like being able to run in any direction. Yeah, sure. They also, it feels like all the gunsmith stuff is reined back in from how stupid it got in the last two games, the Modern Warfare 2 and 3. The gunsmith is where you get to customize your gun, and like as you kill guys with it, you get experience for that gun and it unlocks new parts of the gun. And that's how it works again. In Modern Warfare 2 and 3, it'd be like, oh, you want to get this part for this gun? You should go use this third gun, this other gun. Level up that one, and that'll unlock this part for the gun you actually want to use.
Right.
That's no longer a thing. That seems to only be a thing for scopes now, which is way more reasonable of like, okay, at least I can only worry about that for one of these like 12 different part types there are. So that's fun. I think that's great to see that back to normal.
Right.
Which makes sense. Treyarch made the system to begin with, so they understood what made it fun.
Right.
And Infinity Ward just didn't.
Yeah.
At all. They added weird mechanics to it that they thought would be more engaging and were just upsetting.
This way, we made it so the players will engage with all the weapons. It's like, I know you think you're helping them, but you've trapped them in a labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
You have foisted upon the mechanisms of which that are a burden on their souls.
Yes. This is the game set in the early 90s. So we get, like, there's a level in a video rental store. It's pretty great. The level also has an Arby's. It has the bell. It's not officially an Arby's, but it has the bell inside, and that's enough.
It's not officially an Arby's.
Do you think there's an Arby's out there that's like these other places? So we have a local place that was a Little Caesars or whatever, and they used to have like the pizza on the side, but one of them died, so now it just the name of the place is Pizza. And then there's that Burger King in Germany that just changed their name to Burger,
right?
Because they no longer got to be. Do you think there's an Arby's one?
I don't even know what you do. It's so few letters.
R.
You just. What if it's just the big A?
Hey, roast beef.
We have meat food.
We have the meat. Zenless Zone Zero should steal that tagline. I think they could get away with it.
For some reason, I'm having a weird glitch where every time I finish a match, it has HDR issues. And it keeps turning HDR off and on rapidly. Right after the match is over, so my TV is like, what's happening?
Does it do it on the way in too?
No. It only does it when I could leave a match.
Because my theory was maybe you're hitting a high frame rate mode.
Right, maybe.
That changes because, certain frame rates can only do certain chroma resolutions in HDR because of the limitations of the PS5's 48 gigabits per second, I think, or 40 gigabits per second HDMI out. It's technically modern TVs, the high-end ones on the good ports, that specific,
yeah,
can do a full 60 or whatever. And if we were all supporting that and doing that, then you could do full chroma res HDR 4K 120. But the PS5 literally doesn't.
Maybe the Pro will.
I honestly had that thought a few weeks ago. I'm like, I wonder if they'll fucking fix any of the shortcomings. Like, where's my 8K?
Where is it?
I just can't game like this.
Yeah, so many games are going to use 8K.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention it during. I should have asked you guys. So I was playing Visions of Mana on PC, and with the 4090 and my CPU is a 5900X or whatever, not X3D, just normal X. The frame rate was able to do like allegedly no temporal upscaling, really just no FSR. And 4K like 120-ish frames per second. How's it performing on the PS5?
It is mostly 60 when exploring the world.
Okay.
If it spawns a lot of enemies, like say in a trial dungeon, it's like in the 50s, 40s. It like drops pretty bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've noticed drops, but it hasn't been like this is too much.
There's also some stuttering when it seems like just at random points in exploring the world. Like sometimes it must be loading in a new part of the area.
Yeah. I had that in one of the rock trenches areas where you're just going through a rocky area with multiple paths cut through it. Just got too close to a wall and it just started running like shit. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? I don't know. It's like, why are you this far? You must be on that other path. I'm now rendering all of it. Okay, so that sounds okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly playable.
Okay.
It's never been like, oh man, I can't. I need to get the PC version.
I am curious if the PS5 Pro can maybe smooth out that performance.
Maybe.
Luckily, the trial things are very easy to boot, so that would be something easy to check on that, as long as you don't beat all of them.
Oh yeah, you can't redo them. Huh.
Wait, maybe you can.
I don't think so.
I never tried.
But yeah, I think that the little creatures in front of them are disappeared.
Oh, really? Okay. So yeah, just don't beat all of them.
Okay.
You think you can do that for me?
I don't know. But the demo can be booted up, I guess.
Oh, and
but that won't be updated, so that won't. Well, I guess they won't update the game.
Right, I'm like, what are you fucking saying? Nothing's going to be updated, but the performance should just be able to brute force it.
Right.
We're not looking for an update.
Right.
Anyway, about Call of Duty.
Yes, Call of Duty. I think that some of the maps that they have, they're pretty cool. Mainly that video store rental one. That one's great.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to play the full game. Like, this seems like a good Call of Duty again. After two genuinely terrible ones.
It's been 4 years.
4?
So it's 3 terrible ones in a row, Bob. It's Vanguard, Modern Warfare 2, and Modern Warfare 3.
I forgot Vanguard existed.
I know, but here's the thing. I feel more positive about Vanguard than I did Modern Warfare 2 and 3.
That's fair.
It has been a constant downhill slope.
Yeah.
Fucking rotten.
I wonder if they're going to add any extra maps for when the beta starts up again tomorrow, because I feel like there were only 3 maps throughout the play. There was the video store one, there's a train yard one, and one where you're like on top of some skyscrapers with some fancy hotel stuff, which I didn't get to play that one much. Weirdly, the map rotation, it feels like it only has those 3 maps, and then it makes you do a lot of different game modes that are not just Team Deathmatch.
Okay.
So you'll be doing a bunch of other things. And I was like, one time I played it for literally over an hour, I think, like, I just want to play one Team Deathmatch round, and then I can stop. And it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
So I've only played some of those maps in modes that were not ideal because, getting people to work together to do stuff like capture an area, and especially in a beta.
Yeah, I forgot to write that we played the beta, so I wrote it up there now.
That's not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But looking good. I'm excited to play more of it.
Yeah, I'm happy this multiplayer looks as good as it does, because the single player looked excellent.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if anyone likes that this is now part of one big Call of Duty app. Like, if that's for anyone other than executives.
I think I can answer for everyone, no.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to have to download Call of Duty to then boot Call of Duty 6 beta.
I don't want to have to install Call of Duty, to download Call of Duty, to install Call of Duty, to then boot for the 3rd time.
Mm-hmm. No, I want multiplayer, not zombies. It's all of this. Why is it so segregated?
Once again, it really upset me when they're like, we have, what was it, the Call of Duty MP reveal later this month. I'm like, you are speaking words. Do not call multiplayer MP. You are not allowed in gaming. If you say the phrase MP out loud, we are not thinking multiplayer. Because, oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Oh, yeah, I tried Great Value Spam. So I guess I move on from Call of Duty unless you have anything else you want to ask about.
Oh my God. Okay. Hey, Bobs, how's Great Value Spam?
It sure is half the price of regular Spam.
Oh, that's great. Happy for you. What we've been playing, Great Value Spam. There we go. Wrote it. That's what you've been playing, right?
Yeah, obviously.
What'd you make with it?
I made, I threw rice, edamame, and Spam into a bowl and I ate that.
Okay.
So Spam's at the center of that.
Yeah.
Pretty upfront.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yes. Not as bad as I expected. Texture sucks, but I was able to still fry it and get a good sear on the sides. Mm-hmm. And it was somewhat tasty. It's nowhere near as good as real Spam,
right?
But it is half the price. So if you want to pay $2 for a can of it,
you can do that.
You can do that. It's acceptable. That's it. It's an acceptable meal. It's not good.
Man, that is right at the balance point. Standing in the grocery aisle, looking at those 2 price tags, weighing your self-respect.
Mm-hmm. Do you spend $2 more to have something that's better in every way,
but it's still a can of meat?
Yes,
because that's the part of this that feels insane.
It's neither are high quality.
But, Spam's important.
Yeah, it is.
Spam can do some things that other things cannot.
But back to games.
No. Okay.
Unless anyone else tried the Great Value Spam.
We should go to the Spam Museum.
No.
What? You don't want to go to the Spam Museum? Oh, you were answering Bob's question.
Where is the Spam Museum? Is it in... It should be in Hawaii.
I think...
It should be.
I mean...
It's in Austin, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
You say Austin, I think Texas.
Right?
Yeah, there's just everything
but it is
wrong
Austin,
with this.
Minnesota.
See, that's the thing. That makes sense, right? It's like Midwestern state, inventors of spam, I assume, right there. So the Hawaii thing, it's like Hawaii didn't.
They deserve the most.
Spam. But they would
use it the most.
They'd be like, we're claiming it,
right?
That would be funny.
I mean, technically, the United States military used it the most, which is how it got over to Hawaii and those Southeast Asian countries anyway.
Of course. But yeah, we gotta go. I assume a Spam Museum would have a way to try a bunch of fucking flavors of Spam.
I don't know.
They have a food court, a world market exhibit where it looks like you can try different Spam dishes from different cultures.
Ooh. I noticed the Korean barbecue Spam at Walmart when I was getting this Great Value Spam. was like, this has got to be terrible.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
buying this.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm making myself buy a $2 can of Spam. I'm not going to also buy a terrible can of Spam that's $4.
You just keep missing the mark,
right?
Not even saving money. Anyway, hey Bob.
Hey, I played some more. The full version of Shadow of the Ninja Reborn came out. In other territories, Kage Shadow of the Ninja, but in the US, it is just Shadow of the Ninja Reborn.
Okay.
This is a remake of an NES game.
Okay.
The Pixar is immaculate.
It does look really good.
It looks incredible. It is some of the best pixel art you can see. It's worth it just for that. The game is okay. The game's fine.
But that's not what's important.
Right, that's not what's important. You played through. I played through 3 stages so far, and they've all looked incredible. There's some neat mechanics that I didn't notice when I played the demo. There is a way to, like, eventually the level design started being like, just kill yourself. I was like, that can't be the actual solution here. There has to be a way to get over this jump.
You're like, whoa, there's no way. Am I still playing Legends or Visions of Mana? And then studio applause.
You can to do a hover jump. You jump and then hit down and jump, and they do a little spin. It's extremely important.
I don't know about that input.
It is really bad. It seems that, like, a lot of guess parts of this game feel like intentionally kind of hard to control. Like, this is the game that has slower turning. You can't quickly switch between the weapons. You get a bunch of different weapons, and you can't quickly swap them out. So you need to be, like, more premeditated with it. Like, oh, I know this part of the level's coming up. I need to switch to this weapon now. I need to get my mallet ready for this guy who's going to come over ahead. That sort of thing. It's not something you can do on the fly. It's a lot more about learning the areas and redoing them several times before you understand, oh, this is when I need to do this. Which can be fun, but it's not as pick up and play as I would kind of prefer. Also, the boss of stage 3 is terrible. Just rancid.
Okay.
So before you fight the real boss, you fight 6 giant armor dudes, 3 of them smaller, 3 of them much larger. And their whole thing is you need to jump on me, and you can do a downward sword attack and bounce on top of me. And that's the only way to hurt me. So just stay on top of me until I'm ready to die, because I can only take damage during very set small periods of time. So basically just wait out this insane amount of boss fight enemies until you're ready to fight the actual boss, who is in himself kind of a pain and can do a lot of damage. So if you mess up at him, redo all 6 of those really boring fights. Yeah, it's awful. And I bet that there's some weapon that I can pick up that makes it really easy. I bet that exists. But if you die once, you now respawn there with no new weapons.
No weapon, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like,
yeah,
great. I love it.
How much was this? Do you remember?
It was $20.
Okay. It looks visually very nice.
It looks incredibly nice.
Yeah. Have you beaten it?
I have not. I only played through 3 levels.
Yeah.
But I need to get past that boss, because I don't know if I'd go back if I didn't.
And the level design's like, kill yourself, and you're like, oh right, I'm supposed to be playing this other game.
Yeah, I gotta go back. I gotta get back to that.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah, I didn't play much of these other games I played this week because I kept trying to actually get through Visions of Mana, and I put a lot of time into it.
Okay.
But I did play a few other things. Bakaru. That came out on PC and Switch. I got it on PC. Hey, that game runs great on PC.
Hooray!
Thank God. It can, like, if I turn off VSync, it's just like, yeah, I'm running like 250 frames a second on your system, which it's a 1080 Ti.
Yeah. 12,000 series.
Yeah,
CPU.
12,000 series CPU. I think i5, something like that.
Yeah, so pretty optimized.
Yeah. So it's really cool. I only played the first level though, which is the same level I played in the demo, but way smoother now. Yeah. And I actually threw in the Big Think channel a spoilered image, so you can all read the thing I was talking about earlier. That's the peeing spot.
I actually don't see the image anymore. I'm trying to find it.
Are you in Big Think?
Oh no, I'm in general. Whoops. Sorry, I got confused because this design for Infinite is over here in general, so I thought that was posted in here. Okay, I got it. That's
Yeah, where it gives you a description of this area that became famous because it was hard to pee here.
Oh,
it was some sort of challenge.
Challenge pissing.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they just fun little trivia like
I
this.
see. Challenge pissing, you don't say.
Fantastic. Fuck the spam museum.
Let's go see the piston spot.
Yeah, there's I think 3 of these different trivia things per stage, so I'm very excited to play that. It's unfortunate this comes out the same week as Astrobot.
Yes,
It's so upsetting.
This is why I had to do Visions of Mana the way I did it. I had to, because Astrobot comes out tonight. And this is out. And Emio is out. Yeah. Why?
Yeah, they're all just right on top of each other here. But yeah, not much else to say about that. You can put VSync on, and that just locked him as frame rate on my monitor, which was 144, and it worked.
Oh wow!
Fine.
So it goes above 120?
Yeah, like I said, it goes to like it was running at 255.
Right. Yeah. Oh shit! Right. I need to.
Yeah, it probably just hits 480 on yours
on a 4090.
Yeah,
I would hope.
Yeah, so that's all I got to say about Bakaru. Okay. And the only other thing I played is I booted up Zenless Zone Zero last night.
Any reason?
They added the rat.
It's the rat! That's what should have happened in that trailer. She should have ended the trailer by going, wait, that means it's the rat!
I actually saw leaks of this character like the day the game came out.
Leaks?
Yeah, I don't know if they were like official anywhere, but people who like post stuff about Genshin and things put out stuff from this character where you got to see different parts of her moves. I don't know if it was official or not.
This is like a leak,
right? Maybe
put out by the company.
But that's why I hadn't rolled for anyone else
because Bob needed the rat.
Right. Her moveset's really cool. She's got like the X-23 blades out of her feet.
Okay, unexpected,
right? And yeah, she seems like fun. She has a mechanics around using the dodge stuff. Like she dodges and builds up an energy meter that then gets banked out to do a special move.
Man, sure would be cool if that game let me do more of the action gameplay for an extended period of time instead of 4 minutes.
I know. It's so rough. I haven't played the game basically at all, other than just go boot it up for stuff like this. You're like, check out the new character in the trial mode for the new character.
And you're like, wow, thanks. That was free. Bye.
Yeah. And a lot of impressive animation work in this game. Like she has a thing where she has a little straps hanging down with like carabiners on them, and she puts her thumbs in them and walks around like that.
Shit.
And I'm like, you got that working?
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's just lots of neat little touches like that. I really wish that the game was more built around letting me play as these cool characters. Maybe it is eventually. I just need to grit through more terrible game. But there's all these good real games coming out.
Right.
It's so hard to justify playing this.
Could you imagine taking the time you took to beat half or whatever of Visions of Mana to hope that Zenless Zone Zero got better?
Right. That would suck.
Full of despair.
So I did the rolls I had built up from having all the free just stuff they give you through the year, through the months it's been out.
Yeah.
And I did not get her.
Oh.
No. Oh. So I don't think I will. Maybe ever play more Zenless Zone Zero. We'll see. I'll keep logging in to get my login bonuses and see if that gives me enough to roll again.
Bob doesn't roll her, immediately goes into a lament of innocence tear melodramatic speech about how God has scorned him. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Or maybe fortunate.
Maybe fortunate. Something that got me in Genshin pretty quickly was I quickly rolled a character I liked for free. And that did not happen here. But that's all the games I played.
Okay. Aggro, did you play anything other than Visions of Mana?
I did not.
Chris, did you play anything other than Visions of Mana?
I streamed Shadow Warrior.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
And this Saturday I will be streaming Duke Nukem 3D and possibly also Blood this weekend, but I'm not so sure about that one.
I'm getting Ramco
Shadow
back.
Warrior sucks.
You've said as much a few times.
Like I've already talked about it twice on this fucking podcast. I feel like I shouldn't talk about it that much. You can go watch the VOD and just see all the times I got fucking killed because just a door opens, there's an exploding enemy right behind it. All your health's gone now.
That's how it would be.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Is there like any sort of positive like emotions from it at all? Like, is there something that redeems it in some sense?
Some things, like there's levels that are fine. Mechanically, it's not that bad. But it's just that it's like so much of it is like, it's one of those old PC games. It's like, you have a quick save, use it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we will just kill you over and over.
Yeah, it's definitely something that took me a long time to learn was why those old shooters are built like that. Like, oh no, you're supposed to have that on hotkey. It's ready to go.
And Shadow Warrior is the one that's the biggest asshole of the three, where it's just like, progress is this switch that's on the inside of the kitchen sink.
Oh my god.
You have to squeeze up against the wall and look down and see there's a switch there, and that will open a door somewhere in the level for you to progress.
Exploration.
Which Duke Nukem 3D has a little bit of. It tends to put its switches in much saner way. Like, much saner places. Like, the switch you need to progress is on the inside of this desk in this office, where a switch would be, not on the inside of the toilet bowl.
The place you wouldn't look, and that's the whole point.
Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D doesn't have as many instances of progress is in a ladder that's inside the fireplace. Which Shadow Warrior does twice.
Oh, that's literal. Great.
Yes.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's also funny that they just put Sailor Moon in some levels and you can hit on her.
What?
Yeah, she's like
14
naked
in the game.
I don't think they knew that. I think they just Googled anime girls, or because Google didn't exist yet, but they searched on Ask Jeeves for anime girl and just put them in, because like there's posters of anime art that they definitely did not get the right to use in this game all over certain levels.
Fantastic.
I need to see that. I want to know what they stole. I'm very excited.
Somebody said that they stole Slayers.
Oh, of course.
Like I think there's something like called Sorcerer Knights or Sorceress Knights or something like that they also stole. And then I think there was like a Ninja Scroll one.
That's great.
I got the kid back from my ex-wife.
Sorcerer Hunters, that's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, it is Sorcerer Hunters.
Okay.
And man, Lo Wang, you sure, like, hearing Duke talk is delightful.
Mm-hmm.
You never want to hear Lo Wang talk.
No,
not
I
ever.
don't. No, I really, really don't. I was watching Retro Island Gaming play it years ago.
Uh-huh.
And I just kept going, I'm enjoying the stream notionally, but every time he talks, my mouse moves closer.
A lot of enemies in Shadow Warrior have too much fucking health. The enemies that are named racial slur, so I shall not say their name, but they're like zombies carrying boxes of explosives, and they blow up when they touch you.
Oh no.
And not only that if they die any way other than you jibbing them, which includes them blowing up, you have to blow them up to negate it. Their ghost comes out and becomes an enemy. But they have too much health. They can tank a rocket to the face.
What?
And they can tank a railgun shot. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you have too much health. You need to have less health.
You're playing on normal mode, I assume.
Yes, I am Shadow Warrior has 4 difficulties. Tiny Grasshopper, I Know No Fear, Who Wants Wang, and No Pain, No Gain. And I was playing on I Have No Fear, which is the normal skill in Shadow Warrior. And they have too much fucking health. So many things have too much health. Like, in Blood, I like throwing dynamite bundles around, bouncing them off corners to blow up enemies waiting for me on the other side. That's a lot of fun. In Shadow Warrior, you have to do that constantly with grenades that have the largest splash damage in any game in human history. I think a real grenade might have less of a splash effect than these fucking grenades from this grenade launcher. It's this weird dichotomy because the rockets have, like, no splash. Like, you can rocket someone almost point blank and won't take damage.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
But the grenade, you can be like 20 meters away from a grenade going off and you take a little bit of damage.
It's like the thermal detonator in fucking Super Star Wars or whatever, just the whole screen.
You can tell they were really good at boss design because every boss room is littered top to bottom, front to back with plus 50 health items and med kits that go in your inventory and you can activate. It's just easily the weakest of the third. It's neat that I think it's the first-person shooter to have controllable vehicles.
Oh.
Huh.
Weird.
Because you get to drive a couple boats and a couple tanks. And they control really, really badly, and you probably don't want to be in them any longer than you absolutely have to be.
Of course.
You die.
The tradition starts the way it ends.
Yeah, that's crazy, though. I didn't think there would be a game that old that did that.
But that's all I played. The only thing I played was Visions of Mana, and we already talked about that plenty.
This Monday, we had come out the first part of the Sonic Cartoon War podcast, where we compared Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Underground. A fantastic conversation on an interesting piece of Sonic history. I highly recommend every human on Earth listen to that podcast. Thank you, everyone, for your support so far. Look forward to part 2. And Chris, you said you were going to stream. I'm
going to stream Duke Nukem 3D on Saturday, and I might stream Blood on Sunday. I don't know yet.
For us, we are doing Sonic Chronicles tomorrow because I can't let this sword hang over me the entire month.
Yeah.
So look forward to BioWare's best RPG.
You know, if you keep saying that, I'm gonna force you at gunpoint to play Mass Effect.
I changed between saying it's the worst or the best because one's just true in case you want to prep people. And the other one is so patently false that no one would ever believe you.
Right. It's BioWare's only turn-based RPG, right?
Yes. Like all the others they did are real time with pause.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. When I told my brother while I was down in Iceville, I was like, "Yeah, we were supposed to stream Sonic Chronicles, BioWare's." Or I didn't say the title of the game. I was like, BioWare's worst RPG, and he's like zones out for a second as he's mulling over what he thinks that is, and I think he said Dragon Age 2.
I mean, that's probably what most people would respond with.
I was deeply amused. But yeah, no. For people who don't know, turn-based RPG backgrounds are like isometric Sonic worlds. The songs are banged up MIDI renditions of classic Sonic songs. Some so banged up, it is a struggle to recognize them as a Sonic fan. Sounds like an absolute cacophony of noise. Absolutely terrible. And depending on how we're feeling after our 16-hour Sonic Chronicles stream on Friday/Saturday morning, we may also stream more Sonic the Hedgehog on Sunday. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
But please be excited for Sonic Chronicles tomorrow. And also be excited for the Podlords.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
They're here.
They funded me. I don't know how, but they funded me.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro. I never cared for Sonic the Hedgehog. 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered. WTF Spider-Man. Mr. I like spam. Do you think this person has been? Because if I remember the lore correctly, we spam pilled them.
Yeah, I think that might be.
Because they started as a bacon pod lord.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure. Do you think they've been to the spam museum?
Oh my god, maybe.
Maybe worth looking into. DFW 3K. The plans of disaster!
Why'd they make him red? He wasn't that red to begin with.
He
I don't
was,
think.
yeah, because the flames are there.
I didn't think he was that red, though.
Well, I mean, he has a little bit more red right here on his chin, you know. Just a little bit more. That was good, Podlord. I laughed so hard when I saw that. Shiny View. Chris C. Juice of Frost. The Concord astronomy about to be erased from existence. Cooper Tank. Scrunt.
Oh my god. No.
He is really Scrunt.
He's even too ugly to be Scrunt.
He's too ugly to be Scrunt?
It's pretty bad, man.
That's pretty bad. Yeah, I hate this guy. Worst part of watching those episodes of fucking Underground was him taking off the hood, and I'm like, Sonic should have told him to put it back on.
Man, I don't know who, but that guy is definitely racist against somebody.
Indigo Sykes. Rat.
Yes.
That is
close.
that is a great picture. This is the rat everyone should be excited about this week. Gaijin. So Hyper Demon just stealth dropped an update adding biblically accurate angel PvP.
That's a sentence.
A sneaky raccoon bot.
Ooh. God, I keep seeing the bots get posted. I'm like,
I know. Please let me get that joy playing the game.
Right.
I don't like the kind of diaper look he has going on.
They just have really flat butts. I was like gonna make a Concord joke here of like no butts allowed, and I was like, wait, I actually didn't really look at their butts. I just know they're very sauceless designs. Sony shutting down Concord after all the money that it poured into it. Why are they crying though? Apple Gothic recently rewatched all of the Podcast Devil. He still doesn't have an official name. Okay. We at the Hard M have decided to not release the Bartleby Caria edit and will be refunding all viewers their brainworms.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
How many years did you spend making this edit? 6? 8?
I feel like we need to get these fucking Jinkaria fans, like we need to get them in contact with the people who are like, how will we tell humans 10,000 years from now not to open this nuclear waste? I feel like there's an untapped talent pool there waiting for them.
Sarah Lean. The plan. Finishing refunding Concord by September 6th, so people who bought it are guaranteed to have money for Astro Bot.
Concord costs $20 less.
It's okay though. They got $40 floating around. They got to use it somewhere. I cannot believe we got back-to-back Karyas.
I know, right? Come on.
Like, these are like stretches, too. Fucking Bartleby. Fuck Bartleby!
Still better than Antoine.
No, he's not.
No,
Fuck
he's
off.
not.
We'll be getting into it later.
Debatably Sadam Antoine, but not Archie Comics Antoine.
Oh, okay. Well, this is outside lore. You're mixing player knowledge with character knowledge. See, you're a player. Bob's a character. Oh my god. I never once thought to myself, oh yeah, we're gonna see that guy edited to Jikaria. I literally in no world entertained that. I love though that now that you've done this and you've given him Jim Carrey eyebrows, he just makes me think of Sylar from Hero or from Powers. Heroes.
That was
Heroes.
my first thought. Like, oh shit, it's Spock.
Yeah. Right.
Jesus.
Right. Anyway, Bearded Joe, Krungle Spum, Pleochrome. Well, DVG, it seems like he really went into this match with no plan. If you did not see me commentate Vox playing M. Dickey's 3D wrestling, I highly recommend it. Go check out Voxandra's VOD channel. The boneless chicken breasts in my fridge outlasted Concord.
Everything did.
News is creeping into the pond loads early. Itsuno left Capcom and Square Enix could do the funniest fucking thing right now by poaching him like with Ryota Suzuki.
You've confused funniest with horrible.
Right.
The headphones recommended alert at the start did not prepare me at all for that last ZZZ Jane Doe trailer.
Jesus.
Really? You don't always put on headphones for that sort of experience? Virmvarm. How is Anthem outliving all these other gas?
I mean, it didn't. It didn't. It died immediately. They just didn't take it down for you to be unable to use it.
It still exists. Ergo, it wins. Medea.
So devious.
He's very sinister. This Medea. Bleach Gags on vacation. Back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Malefic Stardust Dragon! Sin Stardust Dragon!
No, you put the filter on yourself. That card does not look like that. It's not just inverted colors.
It does. It's from it's a tie-in to the big crossover movie that wasn't very good.
And stockholders after Star Wars Outlaws underperforms. Thank you very much to our pod
Man,
lords.
if Star Wars Outlaws underperforms, I don't know what Ubisoft Ubisoft will go out of business. It's kind of been a joke. It'll be real then.
They better start thanking the pod lords.
Right, it already kind of come out that they didn't perform as well as they wanted.
Thank you very much.
What? Oh, they're screwed. Thank you, pod lords. And if you'd like to become a pod lord, if you work for Ubisoft, maybe don't. Maybe save your acorns because things are going to get rough soon. You can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/GB podcasts. For as little as $5 a month, you get many benefits such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies. That Pokemon Go to the Movies benefit, ooh boy, it's running out. It'll last longer than Concord did, but it's still running out. Extended content for shows such as Gamer Premonitions and Armchair Devs, Armchair Devs being a show that will return soon. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, an entire movie, an actual film. Feature length featuring a man going to Thailand to solve the injury of his brother. Not murder, injuring, and it might just be him getting pranked. It's unclear.
Even by the end, 7 times.
And many other benefits. That's YouTube.com/GB podcast. And if you don't have any money, it always helps immensely to rate us on Thursdays. Tell your friends, rate us with a T on your podcasting app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe on YouTube if you're listening that way right now. Patreon.com/GB podcast.
We have news. Oh man, we haven't. So we finally did it. We put the industry burning down segment in its own segment. Now the question is, now that it is wholly secluded in our news document, does it come first or does it come last?
Oh my
or
God.
do we in the middle?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know if people dodge that segment like it's the fucking plague, or if they want that segment, or what. It's a horrible part of covering this news. I don't want to start news off that way, though. I will do my one news story, and then we will move into it. So Capcom is offering tools and assistance and stuff to help college students make game projects for educational purposes in RE Engine. The game they're making is making a game from the Mega Man assets. So the Mega Man 11 assets are in RE Engine.
Okay.
Which is interesting because you might recall that's supposed to be the NT framework.
Right.
MT framework because it's Mega Man Trigger.
I forgot. Yeah.
So the interesting part about this, is that they're using Amazon Cloud tools in order to obfuscate the database for the rest of their games from the RE Engine running at this college. Because, of course, working at a company like Capcom, they're able to access all that stuff naturally through their tools and stuff. They're using Amazon Cloud instances to obfuscate that entirely and isolate it, so that way no one can leak shit from Capcom via these.
This sounds really risky.
College. No, because the idea is they literally set up an Amazon instance of a structure to run this database instead of using their own assets. That's the idea. I thought that was a really fascinating part of this. Also, it really shows Capcom's dedication to making large scale RE Engine games going forward. They see the strategy for Resident Evil and Monster Hunter winning. So they're literally we got to train more college students on our own engine.
Right.
Because one, a lot of the talent's going to lower end stuff, not exactly AAA, and also mobile. So it makes a lot of sense to get them trained on not Unity or Unreal, but instead RE Engine. It's cool to see this. It's cool that there's an engine other than fucking Unreal.
Which seems to get worse. Year after year.
It's great. Now when an Unreal game is announced, I have to go, which features?
Right.
Fun fact.
Maybe use Unreal 4.
Fun fact, Black Myth Wukong, it uses either real ray tracing or lumens, and turning off the ray tracing doesn't make it perform all that much better because lumens is that heavy. Cool. Thank you, Unreal Engine 5.
You're doing so much.
Anyway, I thought this was neat. I thought this was positive news. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We have other Capcom news. Maybe we could stop there before we go to...
Sure. Oh,
and
man.
it honestly, emotionally, it fits in the industry burning down segment for me. So at very least, it's a good segue.
Yeah, so Hideaki Itsuno leaves Capcom after 30 years and 5 months. He's apparently starting in September, working on a new game in a new environment. So I guess he's going straight into something else. He's not got some contract where he can't go immediately to something else like Mikami and Kamiya did.
Yeah.
So that's neat, but it's still just...
That's neat. I have to assume that he's because the Western side of the industry doesn't really have people who have been doing it for 30 years because we grind through them into fucking mulch.
It's true.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if a lot of these really veteran Japanese developers are not no more of this 6-year, $300 million shit. I'd like to get a game out in 2 or 3 years and do another one, not spend enormous 1/10 of my life on each game.
Yeah, and I don't think we have a news segment to necessarily talk about it later. People are constantly blaming Concord for Sony Japan Studios, and it's no, the thing that happened at Sony Japan Studios, they wanted to make big blockbusters. They wanted to transition the studio away from what they were making and external development support, because most of what Sony Japan for was external development, not all. And the Slitterhead guy's just like, no.
Yeah, they wanted to turn it into that,
and considering that was the peak of Jim Ryan, I would say it's like, make these service games that we'll cancel because Bungie told us to.
Or even just something as big as Astrobot, which took 4 fucking years. Like anything larger than that, because God knows Gravity Rush 2 was probably like the same. It probably was 4 years and even bigger production, and thus had more development assistance and other shit. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if Hideaki Itsuno, his fucking external thing, the thing he leaves to go do, is also smaller in scope than a Devil May Cry 5.
Right.
Or a Dragon's Dogma 2. But yeah, I'm willing to bet that we're going to see a lot of like Slitterhead size things from.
And that's exciting.
Right.
I'm always so much more excited by a Slitterhead than a Ghostwire Tokyo or a giant scale thing. For Itsuno, for anyone who doesn't know, not only did he work on countless fighting games, he's the guy who handled Devil May Cry 3 through 5.
Right.
And gave feedback of sorts on DMC the DMC. He also made Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2. And so, you know, you would reasonably maybe expect an action game when he leaves. Who knows?
Right, who knows? He could make something more in his fighting game. Whatever, like Tool Shed. But who knows? It for me, it's really sad because it's like, man, the guy who got Mega Man off the ground again, it's gone.
Yeah.
The guy who got Devil May Cry working again, it's gone. It's like, I don't know. Like what their plan is. If they like, we have 3 different main people from Devil May Cry design to 5 who've gone to different places.
They plan to never make a Devil May Cry again.
Right, that's what it feels like. And it's like, yeah, that series would have been perfect for being smaller. Like a game half of the size of Devil May Cry 5 is ideal for that series.
Yeah.
They don't all need to be that.
It's weird. I feel weird because like Devil May Cry 5, at least when you look at it, it really like I still stand by like the score I gave it and how I felt about it. I can't even like I don't think it's reasonable in the same way to be like I can hear someone say like Devil May Cry 5 is the best Devil May Cry and be like, okay, I'll hear that out. If someone said Mega Man 11 is the best Mega Man, I'd be like, that's I mean, it's great. It's good. I don't know that we just made the best one. That feels
right.
At least they made the opposite. At least its problem is the opposite of the one they had with Mega Man original, classic, for a while, where there aren't 2 whole fucking castles where you go, okay, dude, end the game.
Yeah.
It only had like 3 levels, which is the opposite of that problem. So at least in my opinion, feels wise, if Devil May Cry 5 is done, at least the last entry was so much fucking better off than countless franchises we got.
It's true.
Yeah.
Technically, the end of Mega Man in a lot of ways, for me emotionally at least, is X8, Legends 3 getting canceled, and 11 happening and us going, great, they're going to make one of these every few years now, right?
Yup.
Yeah.
I certainly hope that they went through the trouble of getting their shit in that secret level show, that there is some sort of Mega Man thing that they are just sitting on until Switch 2.
And my hope is that it's good.
Yes. My hope is that they don't take the wrong lesson from those collections and make a new Battle Network, because I'm not sure how well that'd actually do.
Yeah, it still feels weird. Like, I know historically the sales for Battle Network are very good, but context is important.
Context is important. Battle Network was one of the bigger franchises during that late 90s, early aughts of really toyetic Japanese properties like Battle Network. Advance Wars kind of fits in that tonally.
Yeah, and it was a lot of the
post Pokemon craze where it's like it's kind of collectible. We might have a toy like Digimon, Pokemon. Like it even had like a 400 episode anime like those things.
Yeah, right. And like it's the trading card game craze context fuels the notion of the mechanics and the world within it.
And even like the collection selling really well is like, yeah, that can be nostalgia. There's no guarantee people would show up for Battle Network 9 or whatever.
But more importantly than that, even my thing is mainly just leaning in that hard on Battle Network's weird when you have Legends, a game that is basically the image, the structure of what you want a modern game to be. Right
That is
over there.
It is strange that it is structured identically to how a modern game would be structured. They did it before Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
And have just been like, oh,
what do we do?
We forgot.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
I'm not like. Which one's the bad one, bearish or bullish? Like, what's the one where like you assuming they're going to do worse than evidence currently states?
Bearish?
I think it's bearish.
Bulls buy and bears sell.
Yes. You know, as bears are known to do.
I'm not bearish on Capcom right this second, but I am a little worried with the rumors we've gotten where it's like Resident Evil 9 is going to be the biggest Resident Evil ever. It's going open world. And it's like,
that's a rumor? I actually didn't know that one. Oh my God.
That was a rumor.
Oh my God.
So, and like, maybe if they mean it's structured like RE4 Remake, where it's these zones and you have little tiny side quests.
I don't think
like
anyone
from a
would.
Merchant.
I don't think anyone would be like, "That's open world." Here's the thing, though. As much as I just expressed that just now, in case anyone clips this later and then just looks at it, I need it to be known that is infinitely more exciting than we made something like 8 again.
Yeah,
I'm infinitely more interested in your new experiment for scope for Resident Evil because we haven't seen that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like they probably shouldn't even made 8 the way they did.
No,
like I don't think 8's a bad game, but it just like I played through it like 7 times. But it's they should have let Ethan do something after shooting a guy. That alone would have fixed a lot of my problems with that game.
I like things in 8. I don't like 8.
Yeah, the 8 felt like everything about it was going to be more exciting than anything they did with it. Like the thought of fighting these fairy tale monsters didn't feel like it panned out in a way that was interesting. The thought that Ethan was going to become stronger in some way never happened. Yeah, there was just a bunch of disappointment.
Anyway, so I'm excited for Itsuno's new thing.
I'm horrified it's something else with NetEase or something like that, where it's like
that is the number one concern, right?
Yeah, that or being yet another one who's being absorbed by Square.
For context, they're the ones who shut down Visions Amana Studio on launch day.
Yeah, I don't want.
I legitimately don't like there. And there was that fucking. I saw people passing around a 4chan rumor like Itsuno's working on Final Fantasy 17. They're going to show it at the PS5 Pro reveal. I'm like, hey, you know what the PS5 Pro show is going to mostly be about? Better temporal AA. You know what's a bad thing that they aren't going to show there? A game that won't be real for 4 years. But I don't see why you would leave a company you already get to largely do what you want and have so much seniority on to go to another company where you will be expected to make games the exact same scope. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't see what professional reason you could have for leaving Capcom to go to Square Enix.
Yeah, and part of me
like there's not much more like he would have a much higher chance of like going higher up into leadership at Capcom than Square Enix.
Right.
Because they already have their own seasoned veterans.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either he's getting his own studio from somewhere. Maybe he's even joining up with fucking Mikami. Who knows?
Yeah, that's always a possibility.
He's going smaller, or like that's it. He's going smaller, or he's going with his own NetEase studio. Like I don't think there's any reason to think he'd go to Square Enix. And honestly, why would you want that? To be perfectly frank.
Oh yeah, that like the
what
benefit would that be?
You know what we've learned? You know what we've learned really brutally over the past couple of years? An action RPG and an action game are two different things, and what makes one good doesn't work in the other.
I forgot to draw comparisons between Visions of Mana and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink because the comparison points
really
are there.
Easy comparisons.
It's like, worth pointing out how one of them combat-wise is better. The graphics are amazing. There are set pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we got two very different examples of that exact thing this year.
Right.
Yeah, I just really do. I would not inherently be excited by Itsuno joining Square. I'm basically not inherently excited over the notion of him joining any pre-established company other than it would be really weird if he joined Nintendo. That wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, that would be bizarre.
Would he join Nintendo? Would they want him? Is there some reason they would need him? And the only connection I could ever find my head...
Do they partially own Bayonetta or something nowadays?
I think they kind of do.
They functionally do.
But they functionally do, yeah. 100%.
The only thing I could think of is an interview I watched was him and Matt Walker, where it comes up that Matt Walker has a tattoo of Zelda, and that's obviously his favorite game. And when he worked on Itsuno, he's like, "Oh well, I really like your games too, though." The only thing I could come up is like, is he going there to own Matt Walker and make a Zelda game?
I mean, to be honest, that's the one Nintendo IP would make sense. Like a completely owned Nintendo IP. A Zelda worked on by Itsuno makes so much sense as a contrast to what Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is, right?
Mm-hmm. Plus, he has the angle of, obviously, he likes that kind of thing. He made Dragon's Dogma twice.
Right.
And honestly, like, if you want to make a smaller game that will get support and sell in the modern industry, you kind of have to go to Nintendo.
That's true.
That's kind of their entire thing. Man, some preview footage and stuff came out for Echoes of Wisdom. I was kind of down on that from what we had saw, but it looks like that game is what if Tears of the Kingdom puzzles, but 2D Zelda whole game.
Yeah, here it has real dungeons. Yeah, I didn't watch that trailer because I'm like, I'm buying the game,
which makes me a lot more excited about it.
Yeah,
but yeah, I just don't see him like leaving Capcom after 30 years to go do games of the exact same scope and scale. I don't see him going to another place to make like I feel like he saw how that went for Mikami, where Mikami went and is like, now make Resident Evil again.
Right.
Oops, you made one game that's kind of bad and then didn't even direct the sequel that more people liked.
I do wonder if the Japanese, or if Capcom themselves is going through the thing again of like, a reason a lot of these people left is they started getting put more and more up into higher and higher positions and didn't get to work on what they wanted to work on, didn't get to have the level of involvement they wanted to have with the game anymore.
That's the other thing that I thought of, maybe. Yeah,
if that trend is coming back, which it seems like a lot of the Japanese or like companies are becoming better about that and realizing, no, these people need to stay in creative roles because that's what they do.
Yep,
and that's what they're good at.
Yeah, like, again, I'm not bearish on Capcom yet.
Right.
They have to, but like, I won't be surprised if they drop some wildly out of touch shit.
Right, like
here in the next year.
Kinitsugami was great. That was really cool out of left field. Like, oh, this is actually really neat idea. You had Xbox market it, so it was shown off in the worst ways ever. The new Monster Hunter looks good. There's new Resident Evils on the way, maybe multiple. But I need more than those. I need something to look forward to, and it feels like you've canceled.
And it doesn't start with the word monster or resident.
Right? And Pragmata seems like it's not even real anymore.
Yeah, like, this isn't even a sales thing. For the record, guys, Devil May Cry sells more than Street Fighter. Devil May Cry 5 has sold faster than Street Fighter 5 is selling.
Are you fucking serious?
Street Fighter 6 is selling.
Really?
Are you fucking serious?
Is that
unless your name is Mortal Kombat or Smash, fighting games don't sell as much as you think. Street Fighter 6 just passed 4 million sales.
Yes, Devil May Cry 5 hit 5 million like a while ago.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I think Devil May Cry 5 is around like 6 or 7 now.
This is insane. I'm sorry, this is literally blowing my fucking mind.
Yeah, 7.2 million. Yeah. Like, guys, Street Fighter, like, Capcom doesn't support Street Fighter because it's the best-selling franchise in the world. It gets every fighting game gets crushed by Mortal Kombat every single time. None of them even have a shot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this has been this is why the FGC is like constantly in a swirl of debate of like, how do we make normal people give a shit about our genre? Because by and large, people don't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to give context to the 722 million, that was sales of Devil May Cry 5 last June, not June of this year.
Right. Yeah, so 4 years.
Right, I think it hit 5 million like within a year.
Yeah, like Street Fighter 6 might sell more than it over time. You gotta remember, Street Fighter 6 continues being actively developed that entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like
now
guys, Street Fighter is not
sales. from up to now. It has to double them over the rest of its life in order to catch up, basically, because that was 17.2 million last year.
Like Street Fighter's cool, but it is not one of Capcom's megaton franchises. They support it because it's legacy, and they get, it constantly drip feeds them revenue through DLC nowadays.
That's so crazy to me, because in my head, if you asked me like one of the best selling franchises at Capcom, I would have said Street Fighter, because it had notoriety. Like everyone knows what fucking Street Fighter is.
Yeah, Ryu somehow is one of the most iconic characters. Yes,
and yet
up at that top tier is just Resident Evil and Monster Hunter.
Right. Those are so much wildly bigger than everything else. But
those are fucking massive. Yeah.
Sometimes games can have like cultural impacts far beyond what they sell, like how many internet memes there are about Kiryu versus how many people have actually bought a Yakuza game. Many fewer.
Man.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. With Devil May Cry is actually a special franchise, and
they let him go.
Yeah, they let him go. Like, I don't know. Maybe with all my hopes are there's another team working on something, and he oversaw the setup of it, and it's fine. It'd be great to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure someone beneath him directly on DMC5 still there to work on 6, right? It's not like Visions of Mana had one of the directors, right?
One of the combat designers, is the director of that.
Is the director of that game, and then the combat director did Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah. It's like, who's left? There's got to be somebody, right? You trained up somebody, please.
At least 5 feels like a good way to, story-wise, to end stuff, because the thing that fucking sucked about 4.
Yeah, that was miserable. Like, here's a half-sold story about a brand new character. It's like,
cool.
Why?
No, I watched Bleach. Yeah, this is.
A lot of Itsuno's guys were also on Dragon's Dogma 2, so I feel like there's probably many people to take the torch. And honestly, I don't have anything against trying, as long as it's not a Souls-like.
Oh my god.
As long as they don't fucking get brain damage and do that.
Right, there's far too much of that. Please, one franchise can remain.
I don't even dislike Souls-likes, but like Devil May Cry is an action game unlike any other except Bayonetta. Bayonetta is the only thing that's even kind of remotely like Devil May Cry. At least that is outside the indie game tier of like the Assault Spy.
Right, things are obviously indie level of funding to try and make a Devil May Cry, which there are a few.
So I just thought I would go over some numbers. Breath of the Wild had a little over 900 people in the credits. Wow. Tears of the Kingdom had 1,408 people in the credits. Dragon's Dogma has 1,541 people in the credits. What?
That's less than I would expect from Dragon's Dogma 2. That's a lot less than I expect from Dragon's Dogma 2.
1,500. It might be an industry record. I'm going to go check Starfield.
No, it isn't.
I'm trying. 1,500?
Dan, Valhalla had 5,400 people in the credits.
Ubisoft is the gold standard.
Yeah, they
outside of them. Let's talk about outside of them, because those people are deranged. They're like 7 people worked on our latest game.
That seems
okay. God of War Ragnarok is 2,700.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that seems
so. Anyway,
there's a reason the industry's burning down.
To maybe go down to 300 people,
right?
Which is such a small amount of people to manage.
Man. Yeah, you could. 300 is so small. You could only make most games in 7th gen, but faster now because tools are better. Once again, games are harder now to make. A thing people love to say, not even remotely true. A modern scope game with 4K fidelity is harder to make than a 7th gen game. You could just make a 7th gen game again. You could just do that.
Yeah, the scope has just gotten out of control. I'm like, what is the point with Dragon's Dogma? That seems insane. That world is almost a remake of the old one they made for the PS3 360 gen. Just looks nicer. And it took 1,500 people? What?
I'd need to know how many people worked on Resident Evil 8.
Oh, yeah.
12 fewer people than Dragon's Dogma 2.
That's it?
Yeah, and that's not like a massive open world game.
No, what the heck? It must get really weird as how you have to list all these different outsourcing companies and shadow devs.
Yes, that's part of it.
Yeah, it's going to be like 12 people are credited as touching this chair, right? Where it's like, okay, this is the person who manages the company that made the texture on this chair.
Right.
Yeah,
I would love to know how big the actual development team inside of Capcom is for each of these projects, but that's something that's probably very hard to derive.
Let's check out Astrobot. Chat's bringing it up. Moby Games, how many people are listed in the... Fuck you, that ain't right. On record, in interviews, they've said a team of 65 people. I'm like, okay, show me the credits. Allegedly, and I don't believe this, we need to wait for the game to come out and for normal people to play to enter this on Moby Games.
Right.
It says 32 people. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Ain't no fucking way.
I thought that even that team was supposed to be like 100 something, but no.
Oh, that's Astrobot Rescue Mission.
Oh, okay.
It brought up you named this game wrong, Sony.
Uh-huh.
Fucking...
It's okay. No one on Earth played that other game.
That doesn't matter. For searchability, it's already fucked up. Like, it's already bringing up the other game. New one's not entered on Moby Games, I guess.
Yeah, it usually takes a couple weeks for people to get it. Like Star Wars Outlaws doesn't even have their credits up yet.
Yes, please show me the credits for...
How many people worked on Sackboy?
Yes, please show me the credits for Astro Boy.
1,500 people worked on Sackboy.
Sackboy's Big Adventure?
Yep.
15.
Yeah, yep. No, everything's just gotten way too bloated.
Like what part of the industry is now a bloated nightmare do you not get, Dan? Like, it takes thousands of people to make these assets.
Mm-hmm.
If you came out at the start of development and said, our game's going to be 1080p, I'm willing to bet that you would like cut half of your staff off, if not more.
I'm just scrolling through the fucking Sackboy credits.
Yeah, and with that stuff, a lot of it is you're going to have to credit every single, like...
Yeah, because we credit financiers now.
Financiers,
like people who work in finances of Sony Interactive Entertainment Worldwide Studios.
Mm-hmm. And you'll credit the different regions of PlayStation.
Right, yeah, that's exactly.
Even if they don't have their hands on it anyway.
And then if Global Technologies for PlayStation helped your game, that is an additional...
Right. So
that's got to be 40, 50 people I'm looking at just for assistance from Global Technologies from Sony.
Mm-hmm. Right. So a lot of it is not people actually working on the game, and it would be nice to have like a separate count of just, hey,
how many developers and artists in-house are working on this.
Right.
Matt B in chat says Mega Man 11 was made by a team of 40 people per Capcom.
See?
What are
we doing? How do you not have another group of 40 people?
Yeah, that like... I feel like honestly, I feel like we passed this point years ago where, like, your opportunity cost calculations are all fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely monstrously fucked up. You're wrong in every way. You're killing yourself for no reason.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, the next big giant game you want to make, cut that team into 5 and make 5 smaller games. See what happens. See if you don't get a better return on investment.
No, but 5 smaller games won't sell as much as the best game ever, which we can definitely make, and will just invent hundreds of thousands to millions of new customers in our industry that totally could exist.
We're going to make the next GTA.
Well, highly related.
Now it's going to be we're going to make the next Black Myth Wukong because there's 30 million unaffiliated consumers over there in China.
Highly related to what Agro said, very specifically. The sound my brother made, because he's not in the loop on gaming news.
Mm-hmm.
The sound he made when I informed him, yeah, there was a big-ass team at fucking Bungie trying to make a Genshin clone. The sound he made.
You know,
okay, sure. You already have Destiny, but what if you also tried to successfully pull off the fucking hat trick of extraction shooter and a Genshin clone on top of that?
I've danced around this. I've pranced around this. I've phrased it in more eloquent, less lurid ways.
Uh-huh.
Western developers. Blizzard and Riot are excused from this. They understand what I'm about to say. Somehow they're the only ones. Be ashamed.
That is rough.
You can't. If you're trying to sell your game on your characters, the person who designs them, it needs to be obvious the person who designed them wants to fuck them. Like, I need to just be able to look at the character and know the designer had their hand in their pants, even if they're a girl.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean the character themselves is overly sexualized. There are some Arknights characters that are stone-faced and completely covered, but you can still tell that the designer wanted to bang the shit out of them, and that's why those games are successful. Guess what Concord absolutely did not have, and in fact seemed to be designed with the opposite in mind.
Yeah, I think before the podcast, you're talking about how they were Kellogg's design.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that they felt like they were designed by not like Kellogg's cereal. Kellogg's like the health nut don't jerk off guy who invented cornflakes, because cornflakes were originally to keep you from jerking off.
Yep. Somebody else in chat is saying that FromSoft said they have 300, 400 people working on Elden Ring. The Moby Games credits are 1,668. So those are obviously massively inflated by
all these different
They're inflated
studios.
We have to credit the entire
Shadow
studio.
Studios, Dev Studios, and Shadow Devs. And I honestly believe that there was probably that many people assisting on Elden Ring.
No, like, the thing is, like, this is clearly inflated to the point where it's like, you published a game worldwide, and that's adding hundreds of names to this list.
Right.
It's just marketing departments, publishing departments, language localization teams. Like, it just seems like the actual credits is massive because of that. So it's not a good metric.
No, it's not. It's very flawed in that sense. You actually need the studios and people to come out and say who is working on
how
it,
many
people are working on, which does happen quite a bit.
It does.
Where that's why we know that Bungie has had over 1,000 people.
I mean, they laid off 500, wasn't it? And 150 got saved, or 180.
Something like that.
Fucking insane.
Yeah.
Anyway. That's the Itsuno news, which tonally ended up segueing us perfectly into the industry burning down segment.
Okay, should I take it?
Take it. Well, one moment. The efficient needs to show up. There he is.
Oh my god.
He's here. We can start
hit the music.
The segment.
They didn't have one. They never do. No plan.
So, Until Dawn remake, unnecessary remake developer Ballistic Moon announces significant layoffs ahead of the game's release. It sounds like basically shut down. I have to wonder if the plan wasn't for them to do more unnecessary remakes after this, and they looked at pre-sales and went, "Oh, we're not doing that. Shut them down."
So here's the thing that fucks me up. This is, if I'm remembering correctly, a Sony studio, I believe, to make this remake. This is not the original
I think it was
devs.
a studio.
Yes,
it is not the original dev.
So they get one shot to remake this game. The game isn't out.
One of the most pointless games to remake ever to begin with.
The
game looks incredible, and you can just buy it on the PS4, and it looks great. It's a movie. The game isn't out for
a month.
Yeah, so it's nowhere close.
Pre-sales must have. I honestly wonder if it's not just going to come out in some maybe perhaps from a certain press sneak fuck. like some Sony guy going, yeah, every one of these we remade a PS4 game thing's fucking bombed. Every single one.
I know at very least for The Last of Us Part 1, it did not do anywhere near as well as they wanted. We had sales data on that showed that.
Which is
excellent. I'm willing to bet that they looked at maybe they had like 3 pre-orders for this. It's like, no, I just went and bought the original.
Yeah, if you had the thought to go play it, you bought the original.
Until Dawn isn't like a megaton. Like The Last of Us couldn't succeed at this. The Last of Us on top of the TV show. What did you expect people were gonna? How much is this? Is this $70?
I didn't check.
I have to look.
Right?
60. It's only 60.
It's only 60.
60 is too much for a game that launched almost 10 years ago.
What are you talking about? I'm pulling up Until Dawn on a PlayStation Store. It's only 20. Yeah. In fact, it's included in my PlayStation Plus Extra.
Are you serious? Why would anyone buy this? Well, no one did.
Right. Well, no one did.
I hope that they have learned to never do this again, and I hope they cancel that Horizon remake before they announce it.
Let's just all agree never to remake PS4 games again.
If your game, like, who's going to line up and give you more money so the textures in a game that's already 4K 60 are better? Like,
Jim Ryan's legacy.
Yeah.
At work here.
Yeah, it sucks that all these people are laid off. It sucks even more that they were even put on this project. That was doomed to begin with.
Somebody whose fault this is not going to be punished for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he quit Sony.
Hey, there's still one for quit. You know, they let him say he quit.
Yes.
That's a benefit you get once you're a CEO. For example, I believe, considering how Fair Games goes, perhaps Herman Hulst will also, quotation marks, quit Sony.
It's the end of the sex robot skit from Whitest Kids You Know, but it's them play testing Concord. They pull the camera out, and Jim's next to him, and he's like, "What did we learn here?" And then the other guy goes, "You're fired, Jim."
I feel like we need like the burn after reading ending, except where they actually learn.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Stop remaking PS4 games. They look great. We keep arguing that some of them look better than modern games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we added temporal AA to make it look worse. $60, please.
It's even funnier because, reminder, the original Until Dawn's made on the Decima engine. And the remake's made on Unreal, so they have to pay Epic a cut.
They have to pay up, and it's going to just look worse. Because they
fucked up all the lighting. In my opinion, it looks worse. Yeah, this actually, to me, looks like an Arkham situation where it's like, you just banged up all the fucking lighting.
And that makes perfect sense. They switched engine to something way more plain and generic, like the Unreal. It's from Decima, which is that thing made for Horizon. Death Stranding, and all these other really cool games. What is... Why? I could have at least seen it as like, oh, this is your project to train this team to use Decima.
And then you fired them.
And then, then you fired them.
Yep.
What an industry. Incredible.
What an industry. And this is the thing where, like, Chris, a moment ago, you were talking about how our modern tools should be able to make 7th-gen scope games, but faster. And honestly, I'm starting to not buy it. I'm starting to buy that technology has literally regressed in our ability to facilitate and manifest art in a computer space.
By modern technology, I mean Unreal Engine 4, not 5.
And that's the thing. Like, it feels like all of this somehow regressed a little bit because
I don't think that's true, because indies that can now properly leverage these tools are whipping ass and being able to make bigger scale things without more people all the time. This is very clearly a brain disease at the highest level.
Anyways, Jim Ryan's lucky he didn't get executed. In the game recorder law,
there's still time. Rocksteady has been hit with layoffs.
You don't say.
It's unclear the extent, but pretty severe is what it seems to be. Like their entire QA department, for one.
Wow, you don't need that, do you? Oh, you do? Weird. I wouldn't have guessed. We probably shouldn't even credit them.
The key word was starts layoffs. Begins layoffs.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious where this is going.
You know, I said this on Twitter, but I'm gonna say it here. I'm really getting sick of how giant publishers act like they're doing us a favor by making single player games, and if one even slightly underperforms, we get this big influx of think pieces about how maybe single player games are on the way out. No single player game has ever lost as much money as Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, or Concord, or Redfall, or Anthem, or Hyenas,
or Gotham Knights,
or Multiversus, or Gotham Knights.
Yeah, no, they're just infinite numbers of these failed projects that cost millions.
Like Suicide Squad, I think they said it lost $200 million.
Yeah.
I'm not even surprised.
Surprising.
Not at all. The optics of that game were always grim. Like, since announcement to release, it was always just this isn't going well. And they kept going with it.
I wanted to talk about something real quick. Because I think it's relevant to this notion of mine that modern technologies haven't, like, they've made things weirdly more complicated. I saw a dev post on Twitter, multiple tweets long, where they explain a problem that shouldn't exist.
Okay.
So, 3D object in a video game, okay? The texture is an animated GIF. The idea is you want to see the thing, the object, the wall, scroll a thing downward. That's all the GIF is. It's an animated texture that's moving. Here's the problem. Textures don't have motion vectors, so you know what it's doing. It's disappearing because the temporal AA cannot figure out what it's trying to decipher.
It's almost like that should not be built into anything by default.
So he then spends something like 5 tweets in a row explaining how to solve a problem that never should have existed in the first place. Because, for people who don't understand this, temporal AA guesses what the pixels are on screen using pass frame data and motion vectors, but the object isn't moving. And you'd be surprised how much of art is literally this exact thing. This is why you can't see rain as well in video games nowadays. This is why you see noise patterns and things that don't make any fucking sense. All just so you don't have a jagged pixel on the screen because it's too low res.
Yeah, as I've been saying for years, make your game 720p.
I would prefer it, frankly.
Just don't put any other effects over it. As long as it's a clean 720p, I'm happy. I am ecstatic.
Yeah, so... Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of modern game engines can't even not work with that. Like from
right, that's
listening
why you need to use
devs.
Unreal Engine 4 instead of 5. You can't. You can't have temporal AA.
I do wonder because I think so as I understand it, and I stress this is the level I'm coming in at. DLSS is the normal temporal AA solution from NVIDIA. DLAA is when you disable the temporal AA part. Basically, but then you use normal anti-aliasing just to remove a little bit of the jaggies. The reason, as I understand it, that most games do not support all of that, they only support the DLSS and not the DLAA, is because their engines cannot turn off the stochastic nature, the temporal nature of itself.
Right.
Anymore.
That's sickening.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's like you've built in this thing that just makes the game look worse in every way.
And the thing is, like, your average person who's a casual, like your tech person will be able to explain to you why it looks bad. Your average person will just look at it and go, why is it so blurry? Why is it muddy? Why can't I see stuff?
I think there has been this weird, and thankfully I've started to see a lot of developers and industry people point this out, but it's like, there was this mindset until I feel like almost to 2017, and that's where it started kind of turning around, and we're in a much better place now. Whereas like a layperson doesn't know shit. Like they couldn't comprehend that you can tell if something is wrong even if you don't know how to describe it, which is how a lot of amateurs are. They can tell, they can feel a problem, they can see a problem, they can realize there's a problem, but they cannot put it into words.
Right.
And you probably shouldn't disregard those people, one, because your product will be bad, and two, because somebody might come up and give them a reason for that thing that's totally fucking wrong. And then you now have to fight against disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, someone can have a soup and say it's bad and not be able to articulate like, oh, you burned these herbs and garlic somehow, you monster.
Yeah, why does this fast food taste bad? And then a chef will say they didn't clean the oil recently enough, so it's bitter and tastes bad.
Uh-huh.
There was a dev that I was watching them talk. They're like, some guy left me a Steam review. It said, for an early access game, it was like, fuck you, asshole, this part of your game is bad. And I looked at it and thought, no, it was something stupid. He was like, fuck you, asshole, this part of the game is unfair. Fuck you, or whatever. And he's like, and I looked at it. It wasn't unfair. But he was right that it was bad, so I took it out.
Yeah, it's old writing advice when you send anything out to pre-readers is always listen when someone tells you something isn't working. Just ignore them when they tell you how to fix it.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this tastes bad. Something that you should take into consideration. This tastes bad because it needs more X. Are they a chef? Then probably don't take that part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking...
Yeah, somebody in chat brought up Call of Duty being 60 frames per second. That's one of the things that made me so unseethingly angry about that frame rate isn't real phase. Where it's like the most mainstream shooter in the world is 60 because it's better. Everybody who plays games can intrinsically feel that 60 is better. There is no reason to be trying to argue this other than, and this is what it is. This is what it is nowadays. It's like our publisher is making a ship 6 months early. We don't have time to get a performance mode ready.
Yeah, and from the journalist angle, they see it as unsympathetic to the devs, or they might, they get a sick win by owning the gamers, which happened a lot more in like 7th gen game journalism, where owning the gamers was like from then into 8th gen, like a cornerstone of Kotaku and many other people's. It was paramount. Yeah, it was like, how can I get some views? I should just tell these people that frame rate and input latency doesn't exist, because
and that they're wrong for caring about it.
Right. And yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, like, Battlefield was on the PS3. They had big Battlefields on the PS3. How'd that do compared to COD? Oh, right. It didn't do well because it was 30.
Right.
Weird. When the PS4 came out, they started to try to aim for 60 with Battlefield. Do you think there's a reason? Oh, and weird. Every version since then has been trying to lock down 60 or has locked down 60 on console. Strange. Why would they do this if it didn't matter?
Nintendo's entire MO is using underpowered hardware, and if there is any way that they can move heaven and fucking earth to get something to run at 60, they go for it because they know it's so important to game feel.
Yeah, and like they're working with so little that they're just like, turn off anti-aliasing. Transparencies are a quarter resolution.
Right.
We will not give up frame rate.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this just has to be, I feel like somebody needs to do a video about this. I don't, like, it's certainly not me. Maybe Dan's the guy who does a video about this. We need somebody to compare. Here's a 30 frames per second on PS4. It looks kind of acceptable. Here it is on PS5. It looks like unbelievable dog shit because of temporal AA smearing fucking everything.
I mean, Visions of Mana, I'm playing on a 4090 and 4K, and when it cuts to 30 frames per second for the cutscenes, the temporal AA is still just projecting a sword on the entire mountain in the background because it doesn't have enough temporal information to correct that.
I played Darksiders 2 and Darksiders 3 at 30 frames per second on PS4. Not great, but tolerable. I spin the camera in quality mode in quality mode in any PS5 game, and I feel like I have a fucking head injury. Like they aren't the same things anymore. And there are so few 30 FPS. This is how I can tell all those motherfuckers who say 30 FPS is fine aren't playing at 30 FPS. Fucking liars. Fucking frauds. 30's fine. What's the last game you played at 30, motherfucker, that wasn't a Nintendo game? I bet your ass has that shit set to performance across the board. Fucking shut up.
So about why Mark Cerny is so bold as to say, like, resoundingly people want 60 frames per second. Do you think the PS5 data came back? And then the thought that we have this data of how many people play in performance mode versus quality, and somehow people are greenlighting Unreal Engine 5 games that are running around 30 frames per second featuring, God, what is it? What is that insane? It's like Black Panther, Captain America. Is that the?
Oh God, I keep
forgetting that's real. In like World War II Germany or something.
It's got the worst name ever. It's like Marvel, Captain America, and Black Panther.
God,
game.
There was something like there's some big Unreal Engine 5 game. Oh, Metal Gear Delta will not have 60 FPS.
What
is that?
Yeah,
no.
That's Unreal Engine 5 and is using all the bullshit.
Oh my God.
It'll have an uncapped mode, but I think they said don't expect more than like 40.
Oh my God, now I need to see it in action.
Now I no longer want to see it in action.
I think for a while, I think there was something came out like EA was pushing for Dragon Age to only have 30, and they were like, no, we have to have a 60 FPS mode.
Why? Because it's an action RPG. Oh, okay, why? Somebody get this man out of the room.
This is just...
Oh, God, so stupid.
Yeah.
What a stupid generation. We invented a problem. We finally solved GPU performance and CPU performance. Then we went, what if we fucked everything up for no reason?
Well, we need to keep chasing higher and higher and more untenable things. We just do.
No.
That's just how it is.
No.
Get more people on there.
So about why Kingdom Hearts 4 is worrying, because I looked at Kingdom Hearts 3 and I went, this fidelity is great. I'll take another one of these, please. And they said, well, Unreal Engine 5 is right over here. Wouldn't it be cool if it was really high fidelity? I'm like, no, it'd be cool if you shipped in the next 4 years.
Yeah, it would actually suck if you went higher fidelities than this, honestly. I want more areas, more things that happen in the game, not
did you
somehow higher fidelity.
I didn't look into the legitimacy of this. Bob, did you see the leaks from the development of Kingdom Hearts 3?
No.
Allegedly, there was a Cars World in development at some point in time.
Car Sword would be so good.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Such a nightmare. But yeah, like I would like games to be lower fidelity so they could have more things in them, because there's only so much time in the world.
You know, when gaming was like its best, the PS1, PS2 gen, when we could just make games quickly, get them out within 2 years at most.
What a concept.
That was insane.
Honestly, like, this will never happen. I would become the biggest Sony fanboy in the world, even after everything we've been through, if this happened. They need to just say, you have a 60 FPS mode for compliance. This game has a mode that gets to 60, or you don't fucking ship on our box.
It's like for pretty much most games, like, oh, we didn't get it running at 60, then you're not done.
That's certainly how it is this gen. We have like what has stomped its foot in the ground and gone no? Hellblade, Gotham Knights.
It's okay though.
Everything else.
It's okay though, because of non-critical journalists and horrible tech bros heading these companies. These people who are unable to have taste in the realm of art. We are definitely getting Unreal Engine 5 super high-tech powered games that will make Immortals of Avium look performant. We're sitting right at the verge of that. That Black Panther game
even
absolutely going to be one of them.
held 60. Like, you're going to come in worse than that.
Well,
it tried. It
certainly tried, but
you're right.
But yeah, no, they're going to be locked 30.
I'm sorry, Amy Hennig. They're putting you in the fucking gallows after that Marvel game comes out. That shit ain't moving.
You know,
that's gonna be. We talked about how no single player game ever lost as much money as Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. If I had to bet on one, it would be that Marvel game.
Yeah,
I felt bad for a while that Amy Hennig has had to live with the ludonarrative dissonance cloud hanging above her. But frankly, I'm more concerned about the Bog Witch curse that just keeps putting her in the worst possible
Amy Hennig should not be working on franchise slop. Somebody please be like, hey, Amy Hennig, come make whatever game about fallen angels and time loops you want to make.
Fucking please just let Amy Hennig go make an original IP. She has been cursed her entire career to not get that outside of Uncharted.
Yeah.
Because for anyone who knows, she was making Soul Reaver, and then they went, this is now a Legacy of Kain game. She went, oh boy.
Well, at least that's vampires, so that's kind of in her. Man, they should have gotten Amy Hennig to direct Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Oh, yeah.
At least then it might be interesting.
I've just been sitting here like, they greenlit and made Concord. But Amy Hennig can't get one original IP.
No. Well, because it wouldn't be a live service game, so why would we make it?
For the rest of time, we should just hold up Concord's reported budget as, man, you know what we could have done?
Anyway, do we have a report on its budget?
There have been rumors, but I haven't seen anything that's been credible.
I stand by that. I think that it should become industry standard that you have to release your fucking budgets like Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we should know what games cost. There's no reason to hide that information other than to try and ruse investors who don't look closely enough at sheets.
Yeah, and of course the news we've been talking about the whole time in this episode, Concord is going offline. People are getting refunded. All the copies are disappearing from the world. Nobody wanted it before, but now high demand. RA Sing copies go for $1,000 on eBay.
Jesus.
This shit is not coming back. The fact they refunded all of it. You wouldn't, even if you were going free to play, I feel like the move would be like, we're coming back. If you bought it, you get all these skins and shit for free. Because people, first of all, not that many people bought it.
Right. No,
they were probably really invested in the.
I think it was 12K.
It's like 25,000. 25,000.
That's combining digital and physical.
Platforms.
Yeah.
12K's physical. Or 10.
You can call Sony customer support and they will refund your physical copy.
Okay, I was wondering how they're going to deal with that.
Like, this shit ain't coming back. I don't even, like, there's nothing they can do. There isn't a move they can make. With Multiversus, the plan was transparently, okay, we'll try and relaunch, we somehow botched our launch, because at least Multiversus had enormous players initially, and then it fell off super fast. Or you have like Crucible, which I don't fucking know what their plan was ever with Crucible.
It did better than Concord when it was doing things, but doing better than Concord is like a really low bar.
That doesn't mean literally anything.
But like, what are they gonna do?
Here's the thing, though, Chris. Okay. If you had any of us, the four of us, in the room with Concord before it was shown to people, we would have known this is a problem. So obviously, we can't speculate on the room of people who pushed that game out at $40.
The funny thing is, we have relatively credible information that Sony leadership began immediately pulling their collars after the second reveal with the Guardians of the Galaxy trailer, and like, oh shit, this might fucking tank.
Really?
I mean,
yeah.
Then how could you not? Like
apparently they had it. They had it at like the Summer of Gaming events, and it was like one of the least visited demos in the entire event.
Oof.
Yeah, and that's like they put it front and center of that show, so they have to have known. They have to have been able to see. Oh, nobody cares.
People know and they hate this, or they don't know about it at all and never will.
Right, and that they let it still go out and launch is incredible. I guess they had already committed to everything at that point, because they only announced this game fully like that until like 3 months before launch.
Yeah,
this
which is
game
insane.
Made so little money that they could have probably canceled it a month before it came out and came out financially ahead. Well, since they're refunding everybody, absolutely. Canceling it at any point would have made them more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that secret level shit isn't going to help them?
No.
God, that's going to be fun.
God, I cannot wait until it leaks how much Sony paid to be in that. It's going to be like, yeah, we spent almost the entire marketing budget on that.
Even weirder, it might be in exchange for Kratos, right? They're like, oh, we'll give you Kratos, but you got to give us this other thing, which is weirdly enough the vibes that PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale also gave off. The deals made in that era where it's like, oh, you can get the good thing, but you need the twisted, terrible version. Yeah.
I just don't believe they're not going to throw good money after bad and like replace the roster or do something to retool it.
That's too expensive. Like, the characters are too high fidelity to just go.
But if it works, they'll make infinite money.
No way. I don't think so. I think the fact that they built their own studio for this and spent so long is the only reason it shipped. That, and it was hey, what a fucking shock that Bungie went around and got Sony to cancel all these service games, and the only one they seemingly didn't push Sony to cancel is the one made by ex-Bungie people.
I can't express in words how much that's upsetting me.
Yeah, that's insane.
Because that's objectively true.
Yeah.
That is objectively what occurred.
Chris is not being exaggerative at all.
Everything I said was factual.
That studio was founded and the game headed by former Bungie people.
Yeah.
And all the other
people are
ones
saying this game was greenlit 8 years ago. No, the studio started working on it. Sony started funding it about 6 years ago, and then they bought them about a year ago.
Yeah, the studio was, I believe, founded maybe 8 or 6 years ago. Or no, it only started to exist 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So they literally haven't been making it for 8 years. But it sounds like the people in charge, the founders of the studio, were literally interested in making it 8 years ago when Overwatch came out, which, oh, wow. Really? When Overwatch came out, you got interested in making it Overwatch. That's really cool. So you want it? It's like that person where you're like, how did you come up with this?
Completely cold.
How did you come up with this? And you see their bookshelf behind them with fucking like One Piece and Naruto on it. It's like, no way, I couldn't tell when he had the Chidori thing and his eye did the thing that you were a fan of Naruto.
But don't worry, Concord. I'm sure you'll do better once Marvel Rivals is out.
I feel like there is some potential for them to try and release this again as a free to play, but I don't even know how. Like, that can't be successful.
That is the only move they can try.
Right.
That is the only move they can try, and it's the only. But I don't even know if they will. Like it would take time and money to retool it. They'd probably fuck up the monetization, because a big part of Concord's thing was like, we don't have egregious monetization because we cost money, which is the correct move.
Right. And then getting people to then pay for these skins for these characters that they hate already, and the skins look even worse.
So
is that going to happen?
Here's what I would do. Okay. In their situation, here's what I do. I don't expect them to do it, but they should. And I think we'd be on a good timeline if they did it. They look at all the assets, they got everything they make, and then they're like, so you're making a single player game now. We're making a video game, a shippable video game in this universe because we wasted so much time making it, with these characters because we wasted so much time making it, and we're just going to do fun story game. Just grab whatever. We can have these characters with these immaculate models just show up halfway through the game. In every interview, a
single player game. Yeah, no. How many maps are in that game? That's how many bot matches we're going to call a campaign.
Yeah, do the Ratchet.
We talked about this. We talked about this last year when they started canceling these things. Like, I'm excited to see what they pivot these. It seems like they're not going to do that. Every company's just going to be like, no, full speed ahead. We will try and jump the canyon. Like, it seems like even the pivot into being a single player thing is now beyond them.
Yeah, so like, ideally, that's what they would do. Do I expect them to do it? Probably not. But ideally, you would try to pivot this into, we're sorry we made a universe and all this shit to just give you the most limp fucking campaign possible. We are redesigning the characters. We're working with a publicist and a marketing agent to make our characters likable at all.
So many missteps here.
Countless. Anyways.
On a similar note, Sony internally has high confidence in fair games. Did you know apparently that is also an extraction shooter?
Oh my God, what?
It is a Payday-like and an extraction shooter somehow. That is what seems to have come out in the past week.
Okay.
Yeah, that came up in earlier stuff, and I was like, I thought Payday wasn't an extraction shooter. I don't know well enough.
Man. But they can't make a Last of Us multiplayer. No.
They have to show this game.
Apparently really done.
Because it feels pointless to really speculate it. About it before they actually show us the game.
They need to, like, this doesn't work with multiplayer games.
What doesn't?
Like this, we're going to like actually reveal the game 3 months before it's out, and then we'll let people try in a beta 1 month before it's out, and everyone will hate it. We'll still launch it. It's like Overwatch was in beta for years before they released it, or at least a whole year.
No,
I
think that was only a few months before launch.
I do remember it was the Overwatch beta. I do remember Overwatch betas like being big events every time they happened. Let's see. Yeah, Overwatch's marketing cycle lasted almost 2 years. They almost immediately started publishing videos introducing the characters. Like the month after it was announced, they started doing that on YouTube. And it was in beta for about a year. Not quite a year, but closer to like 9 months.
So when is the actual release? Because I'm seeing October.
May 26th. May 24th, 2016 was when it actually came out.
So it looks like they did the beta at the tail end of the prior year, in October.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought back the beta in oh, right. So they did October, December, February, and then there was a gap, and then they did it right before the game came out.
Right.
So it was months. It was still 9 months.
Yeah,
it wasn't 2 years.
Yeah. But yeah, a huge amount of actually letting people in there, seeing what's working, understanding what they like about it, and showing off the characters. Like, they didn't do that for Concord at all, because they kind of, maybe it's because it had such a null reaction when they showed the initial reveal trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's bad
I don't know
here.
what their actual plan is.
With Concord, even my plan of make a single player game is risky, because while the universe might be interesting, the characters are bad.
Yeah, nobody likes them.
Nobody likes the designs of these characters.
Yeah,
what the fuck are they thinking? We're talking fair games too.
They're just lining up to do it again. Like, they just want to jump right into the meat trasher.
Literally, I think Sony's risking losing the console audience at large with their focus on this shit.
People love them for their single-player things.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely wonder if Sony realizes that Concord doing this bad is now a massive millstone around the neck of any multiplayer game you try to release.
I'm sure the Fair Games team realizes that.
And then the
not only that, but the fact you folded. Yes, the fact they folded so fast. Mm-hmm. Maybe financially the correct move. Maybe on some spreadsheet. Probably the worst possible one to get people in on Fair Games.
Mm-hmm.
You can say, "Oh, it's a different game," all you want, but people are already talking about it in the same breath as Concord. Random, the internet masses are already doing that.
Yeah, because otherwise they don't know what Fair Games is.
Right. It's
already
big things from Sony.
You revealed it for the first time in that same direct as Concord. You put yourself in a downhill position already.
Very funny then, thinking about it, that allegedly, according to their earlier plans, it was supposed to launch by the end of this year, right? So there's not enough time for people to even forget Concord.
Oh, yeah, what?
Yeah, allegedly they were going to ship Fair Games by the end of the year, I thought, was the earlier leaks and stuff.
Maybe they'll show it off at the PS5 Pro reveal event next week.
They absolutely would have. If this didn't happen with Concord now, right? They probably had a part of the Concord. They probably had Concord in that presentation to some extent, just to be like, it's our latest game. We got to show off how good it looks on the Pro.
Oh my God.
And now they're probably like, oh my God.
Yeah, that game's not even, when they took it down, that message, that huge article they put up has nothing about its return. There's no implication. Yeah. There's no promise here.
They deliberately refunded it, so if they just go, it's dead, they are on the hook for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I find this especially funny because imagine you're the dude who did the update for Concord to run on PS5 with the PSSR technology and look great, and then it gets pulled down today, and you're like, what was I even doing? What did I do with those weeks of my life?
Don't worry. That's what all of them are saying after 6 years of their life.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. My brain really tells me it might not be someone in the studio, even in Global Technologies from Sony. And they're just like, fuck me, I guess.
So, a thing I saw, because let me be clear, I completely blame the executives for Concord.
Mm-hmm.
At some point in its development, it should have been canceled. And to be perfectly frank, with the secret level shit, that tie-in, with how hard with the weird, they seem to be having a lot of weight in Concord for some reason. I don't believe for a second that executives weren't up their ass constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I saw a lot of people be like, it's the devs' fault too. Why didn't they quit? I'm like, because they didn't reveal it until 2023, so there's a 7-year gap in their fucking portfolio until they revealed that game.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least the game came out, so now they can go, I worked on Concord, and then people in the industry can go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need to stop having these we don't reveal the game until right before it launches, sort of things.
I don't know. I feel like it's not a huge problem for single player stuff. Obviously, it's a huge problem in the mind share of a fucking multiplayer game.
Right.
I feel like the marketing play now that Nintendo seems to have understood is, here's the game for the first time. It's 3 months. We're going to shove it down your throat for 3 months until it's out. Yeah. You will remember it exists and buy it. Because there's been a lot of cases where not me, because I do a fucking gaming podcast that I'm doing right now, if you didn't know.
What? You're doing that in the middle of this?
where people go, wow, that game looked really cool. Whoa, it came out? I didn't know that. I missed that it came out.
That's true.
Because it's just this little drip feeds of marketing over like 18 months or a year. It's like, go 3 months and like every 2 weeks, be like, here's a trailer, here's an interview, bam, 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 bam. While the constant interviews around Square Enix projects I find annoying because I don't want to know that much about the game, it certainly keeps it in the news and is valuable from that angle. Unlike Concord, which nobody knew came out. They re-revealed it 3 months ahead of time and nobody knew when it was fucking coming out.
I just sit here and go like, it's too complicated to talk about. Yeah, I don't, like, the thing is with Sony, we don't have the same faith we have with Nintendo. Nintendo shows you the games that are coming out over the next 9 months to a year, and then you go, okay, great, cool, that's great. You have confidence there are games next year. Everyone's like, the PS5 has no games. And this has been the worst stretch in the PS5's history as COVID and other factors backed these games up way into the distance. Where it's like Death Stranding 2's next year. Dick all came out this year from Sony, but Astrobot and multiplayer games. Assuming Fair Game ships, that would make it Concord, Helldivers 2, and Fair Games. And Astrobot. And that's it. Astrobot, the only single player game. Astrobot has to hold the weight of the world on its shoulders like it's God of War Ragnarok. Except for that shipped in the same year as Gran Turismo 7, didn't it?
Yeah, they had like bookending the year with those. Yeah, it makes it feel like the industry is dying because we don't see what's coming.
Right.
And
also it's dying.
It's dying, yes. It is actually dying.
We literally cover every fucking week a new studio getting shut down, a new studio getting absolutely fired, like just 90% of the staff. We can't even... I think the hardest news to take since last week's big thing was the news about Ballistic Moon. Just getting their studio gutted before the remake of Until Dawn comes out. That's the point this industry's at! Even the cynical people can't stay employed. Even the people making the most bog standard corporate-driven projects cannot survive. We are so fucked. Oh my God. Anyway, we should move on.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Chris, let's do your other news. Jesus.
Okay. So, Inotria, the last song was delayed indefinitely on Xbox. The CEO, Giacomo Greco, said the delay was due to the developer's inability to open a Microsoft Store page and submit the game, an issue it has had for months with no resolution. They came onto Twitter and said this. Because it blew up on Twitter, it's now resolved and they are in contact with the Xbox team. Well, thank God. We talk a lot about Microsoft, like Xbox dying. This, and there was an indie game that I forget the name of that had to release like a press release, like, sorry guys, we can't ship on Xbox. They won't talk to us.
Yeah.
Right? Holy shit.
This is the first thing where it's like, oh, it's like there actually won't for real not be an Xbox in a couple of years. Like they're shutting down necessary bodily functions.
Right. This is
like getting your game listed on a platform should not have the same success rate and methodology as getting your YouTube channel back.
It's surprisingly similar though. It's almost like too many things being automated. And you're not hiring anyone. You're firing everyone, in fact, that would be doing these jobs. They're very important.
Xbox doesn't make money from selling games on Xbox, so they don't really have a whole lot of motivation At this point, getting games on Xbox is more a PR exercise to keep their fan base from tearing them to shreds.
Oh yeah, I have another news article that relates very directly to this.
That was all my news, so Bob can take it with that story.
Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics and Capcom Fighting Collection 2 are going to come to Xbox next year. Xbox One in 2025. With an announcement from Capcom that says, we're happy to announce that after technical discussions with our partners at Microsoft, we can do this. We can release these games on them. It's like,
what?
Were they not answering the phone for Capcom?
Technical discussions?
Hey, Xbox, we need to talk technicals, okay? When we release a game on your platform, technically, we make no money. We're going to need you to give us a better margin.
I have to wonder, because they only are making this for the Xbox One, if Microsoft is just like, we don't make Xbox One games anymore. You can't.
I genuinely, first of all, that's very obviously happened. I feel like there's been so much stuff that shipped on PS4 and just did not ship on Xbox One.
Jesus Christ.
But I do wonder if like, there's no way Microsoft isn't cutting Capcom and Square Enix checks for this shit, right?
Right?
Like, by now they must have seen, we sell nothing on these platforms.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're either paying for it or they are straight up fabricating numbers. Like, felony level just lying to these companies.
It's like Facebook
Imagine
video.
They still have to pay them for those numbers, so I guess they couldn't be too mad at that.
Yeah, this situation's insane, and I think more so than anything we've said over the course of the last year, and then in preparation for this moment, many years, Xbox is a dying brand.
Yeah,
it's just gonna go away at some point, and you will be amazed at the level of cope an Xbox fan will have as they change what their stances and opinions are, as they go, no, I really was in love with the game studios of Xbox. And it's like, you really liked that entire third of the industry they bought. That's cool. You have such discretionary taste.
I like it when on the game screen it says Xbox Game Studios.
Well, at least you're honest. I admire that. I admire that in a moron. The ability to just be brutally honest about what's going on up here. Absolutely. That's what it will become.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, there's no reason to ever use Microsoft. I
actually
games
didn't
again.
even like having a console.
Yeah, no.
I think the problem with
outdated.
The problem with the PS5 is that it didn't have games. Luckily, Microsoft's generous enough to lend them. So, anyways, Gears of War E-Day. That's going to be great on the PS6. Possibly the PS5 Pro, but I'm starting to doubt they will ship fast enough for that.
I have no reason to think that game's coming out in the next 5 years. Will that
game come out in the next 4 years? That's the question I constantly wonder. Hey, Microsoft, stab me with Fable already.
Yeah,
I want to move on.
Even that's...
we didn't even talk about how the rumor that Fable was getting pushed to 2026.
Oh, no.
What?
No, what?
I didn't know this!
This was a couple weeks ago where a bunch of Xbox fanboys were even saying it, so it wasn't like it was coming from Sony guys. It was like from the usual gaggle of Xbox leakers where it's like, yeah, that game seems like it's kind of hot. They want it to be really done, so they're going to push it to 2026.
Really? The game that didn't show any clear examples of gameplay isn't ready to ship for next year? Who can fucking see this?
Man. I wonder if the scope's really big and the fidelity's really high.
And the focuses on the projects are really stupid.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. It's a mystery.
This thing's going to be such dog shit. Yeah. Ship the fucking game. Because delaying it a year isn't going to make it not dog shit. No. You've already shown me that you've made the most insipid, annoying idea of what a Fable is.
Well, the thing is that like, I don't even believe that if they actually Avowed got delayed 6 months and is still shipping at 30 FPS only. I don't believe that game will only have a 30 FPS mode at the end of 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's pretty obvious that whatever their internal judgings of when a game is done is just wrong. Like, by a year at least.
Weird. You're telling me Microsoft's really not good at project management and timelines for projects?
Phil might actually be really bad at his job.
Well, we don't have to speculate on that. He confirmed that again this week.
He did.
Like, I don't see any reason to think of Redfall as an exception and not the way every project was being handled.
Right, of course. Hey, Bob.
Like, I assume Redfall makes them want that to not happen, which is why these things are getting delayed from burning to the ground to merely unfinished.
Hey, Bob, let's talk about that Phil Spencer interview. You have a bullet here.
Yeah. He did an interview at PAX. It was like, had some really pretentious name for it. But it was basically him coming on stage and saying, I'm terrible at my job. I've fumbled every ball I've had. I had a chance to be front in line exclusivity on Guitar Hero in Destiny 1. And this just adds to his rap sheet of Spider-Man and who knows how many other things he just let go.
Oh, the Wii. I mean, maybe it wasn't exclusively him, but the technology for the Joy-Cons was presented to all three companies. Nintendo was the one who said yes. They presented it to Sony and Microsoft first.
Yeah.
And they both said no. Yeah, they fucked up a Genshin Impact.
Oh, yeah, Genshin Impact.
GTA 3 was mentioned, I believe, yeah.
Guitar Hero, Destiny, like, what?
Yeah, everything. He had every chance and failed every time. And yet, he gets to keep his job.
So anyway.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anyone give Shuhei Yoshida shit ever again for being like, I don't think Demon Souls is very great. I don't think we should publish this in America.
Right.
Because one, that was actually normal procedure at Sony. They didn't always publish their own games overseas.
Right.
They let other people do it so that way they could get a cut. And two, at least his rap sheet isn't a dozen games long, some of the best-selling games of all fucking time.
Yeah. Instead of, Demon Souls is kind of obtuse. I kind of get it. I understand.
Yeah, and it's not like Demon Souls sold as well as Dark Souls did.
No.
Right. That's a different game, as it turns out. Not sure you knew. Fucking unreal. Let's move on.
Sure, I got some rumors about Black Myth Wukong.
Okay, rumors, got it.
Yeah, they come from Lunatic Ignis, who's apparently gotten things right about this exact game in studio before.
Okay.
So these might be true. There are allegedly 2 DLC packs on the way.
Mm.
And their next game will be Black Myth Zhangzaya? I'm not sure how you say it.
Zia, that's what I would say.
Probably. Which would mean it'd be based on the 16th century Chinese novel Investiture of the Gods. Which apparently there have been various like animated films and other stuff made on this. It's a very like influential novel there, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It looks pretty cool. Like some dude fighting a Ninetales fox and having all sorts of superpowers, at least in the animated version.
Well,
who knows?
If they somehow turn another video game out in a relatively small time frame that also sells as well as Black Myth Wukong, that is when the meltdowns will begin.
We had that period with Hollywood had that like 10 years where they really tried really hard to pander to China, and it worked a little bit in the beginning, and then China started banning their films. So I feel like we're heading towards the future where Ubisoft spends $400 million on a game to pander to China, and the month before it comes out, the Chinese government says, nah.
Yeah, because like with films, I believe there are only a certain number of films that can be aired domestically in China.
I know there's weird stipulations on games too.
I think it's literally like 10 films. So there may be a point we reach where literally we get to that point with games.
Yeah,
which would be nuts.
I mean, with games that already have stuff like that in place, like I've seen.
But I'm talking a hard number limit.
Yeah, no,
10 films is nuts.
Not that low, but there are literally hard number limits
on how many games can release in China. I've never heard of this.
All their limitations softened recently.
Okay, because there were
that's
literally
part of the credit for why.
Because originally it was
Black Myth Wukong did so good.
Right,
yeah.
But there was like the rating board was like, we will do 32 games a year.
Oh wow,
something like that. Like I've seen
3 times more than fucking movies,
right?
That's fucking crazy.
But I've seen
so it'd be
that one analysts talk about it frequently, but that was years ago now, so it makes sense that's
what is that analyst?
Yeah, he uses
Zhuge Liang as his fucking avatar.
Right?
Is it a Daniel?
I think it's Zhuge something.
Zhuge EX? I don't know. Whatever. None of this matters. Yeah, no, that would be unbelievably funny if Ubisoft made the pandering to China game and then it wasn't allowed in.
Right? And they're like, no.
Yeah,
man.
like Black Myth Wukong has sold so well so fast that the only things that I think somebody's like, yeah, the only things higher are like GTA and Modern Warfare 2. So, like, this is a paradigm shifting moment. Sadly, the paradigm shift will be shifting a lot of studios into the graveyard, but the paradigm has been shifted.
Somehow we will get even fewer regular action games and more Dark Souls games. Something I didn't think possible.
Jesus. We need to get to this next news story because I am so bewilderingly curious about one specific thing.
So we heard they announced the 30th anniversary of PlayStation.
Okay.
They did a big blog post about it. A lot of
Depressing
initiatives
year
going.
leading into that.
I know. It's one of the worst years in PlayStation history. I think it's pretty easy to say. They released the game and had to unrelease it within 12 days.
Yeah. As it turns out, hard to have a worse year.
That may be, yeah.
Considering that was one of your 3 confirmed games to come out this year.
And massive layoffs over there at Bungie and whatnot.
Okay.
Been a bad year for them.
Strong 30th anniversary. What's the deal
So
with it?
we got a few things. My First GT, which is a free trial version of Gran Turismo 7. It will feature nostalgic cars, tracks, and race events.
Yo, bitch, you made a demo?
Yeah, right?
That's
Right?
A demo a year and a half late?
God,
Cool.
They're so washed.
Digital game soundtracks coming out October through January. They're releasing on Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Music, and other music retailers.
staggered fucking release of your goddamn back
And
catalog.
watch, these are the. It's nothing. It's God of War 1, 2, Ghost of Sparta,
What?
Twisted Metal. I assume the PS3 one,
Why the...
and Starhawk and Unit 13. Unit 13 is on this list. Does anyone know who that is? Anyone?
No.
You don't... I mean, I can go...
I know.
I try to remember, but I can't get past fucking Starhawk.
You know what? I'll just go grab the box. I'll be right back.
Oh my God! Why do you own a box? Why do you?
Because we needed to know. We did Vita launch coverage.
I don't even remember playing it. I just remember it sitting in
There's a reason you don't remember.
It was in the game at drawer at GameStop for years. This Vita game that no one played. I didn't know it had music. Would you guess a shooter would have music that was notable and you wanted to release on Spotify? A multiplayer shooter.
Okay, this is beautiful. 1 second. Okay, we got a great bit for this podcast. Okay, none of our online co-hosts have looked this up, have they?
No.
Great. So it's a shooter, and it's on the Vita. The Vita has 2 analog sticks. We're wanting to be real serious about this. Aggro, tell me your pitch. That's right, live armchair devs.
Oh, no.
Tell me your pitch for the box art for our shooter on the Vita.
The fact that this is happening makes me think it's not a white guy with short brown hair holding a gun.
You would expect that. That'd be too obvious.
Chris? Okay, aggro, yeah.
Is it some kind of deranged animal?
Well, I can't answer that. Do you want to make that your final pitch?
Yeah, some kind of animal that probably has a disease.
Okay, Chris Wolfhart, what is your box art for Unit 13, our cool twin stick shooter?
Unit 13 sounds something like a Black Ops or other like secret military unit. So I'm going to guess it's something like an open case file with maybe like Unit 13 on the page, and like behind the case file are like silhouettes of guys in military gear.
Now,
something like that.
First off, I congratulate you. You are both so close and so much better. Let me see what the punch-in view for me looks like. You know what? We'll just make me big. We'll just make me absolutely massive. Here we go. This is the box art for Unit 13. Legitimately, it's what Chris said, but dumber. You know how you said it would be a document with the Unit 13 text on it? What if it was a grenade? What if it just had a grenade and we can't hear you. We have shadowy figures with other guns in the background. Is this something you see flying off?
I have gone to look it up. That is not just a grenade. That is a grenade made out of random shit.
It's true. There's various shapes in it.
Oh my God.
Like bullet shells here at the bottom of the grenade.
There's just a tank in the middle of it there.
Uh-huh. It's and yet again, shadowy figures in the background, but they're all clearly cool soldier guys holding, like, this is two dudes standing next to each other holding a gun upward. This game runs at 20 frames per second. That's why no human ever talked about it. You play it for fucking 2 minutes and you're like, oh, this is dog shit.
Yeah, no, the Call of Duty they released on there was better.
Hey, Bob.
Hey,
Bob.
what's up?
Notice anything different, Bob?
Oh, you're 13 feet tall.
Made a goal.
Oh my God. So that's their big
Unit 13 has music?
right?
You could have fooled me. How unreal.
Yeah.
How unreal of all the games. That was the one that truly made me go, what the fuck?
Right. And this has to be like the best of it. If this might even be all of it. And it's like, guys, you have a
This is your
gigantic
30th
catalog.
year anniversary.
Why is it not everything? Why is there not all the Jack and Daxters, all the Ratchet and Clank?
Why is there
Did
fucking
you
God
guys-
of War Ghost of Sparta?
I don't know.
Did you guys know that you published at least some of them? I think eventually someone else had to fucking publish them because you're lame. The Wild Arms games that has one of the most acclaimed music composers in fucking gaming who worked on them. Did you know you have those?
Starhawk.
Can we you know, I really do think that if Fair Games bombs, not only will Herman Hulst be put on an ice floe and set adrift, it could get as bad as, like, we're moving headquarters back to Japan.
That would be so good.
Like,
couldn't
because
blame
what
them.
do they have after this entire European invasion and everything? A bunch of corpses?
Presumably Sony Santa Monica and Naughty Dog will ship anything.
It sounds like the Santa Monica thing's real and happening, but
Yeah.
I don't even know about Naughty Dog, and I don't know about, like, whatever the Guerrilla's doing.
Oh, yeah, Gorilla.
Or it feels like Sucker Punch should have a new game by now.
Yeah, if I reach the end of next year without Sucker Punch announcing a game, oh my God.
Yeah, and we had those stories from years ago. Now they all have to make a secondary dev studio within themselves to make some terrible game like this, which certainly been canceled by now.
I like the part where Sony Bend was playing support for Naughty Dog shenanigans that Naughty Dog shouldn't have been doing.
Uh-huh. Okay, I guess we move on.
Is there more to the 30th
There's more than the 30th
Okay.
anniversary. We got some cool toys. They're called the Shapes of Play, a new collection of products crafted by the team that designed the PlayStation consoles and gives you the opportunity to create fun moments with our iconic shapes.
What the fuck are you saying with your mouth right now?
There's 3 different toy sets, all based on the cross, the circle, the triangle buttons. And we have a picture of them here. There's one play set that's about reconstructing, like, their magnetic pieces that can form those shapes or form the shape that says play. There's a weird board game where you have, it looks like it might be checkers or something.
Now, if you're listening, this sounds insane, and if you're a viewer, you can actually see it. And I inform you, listener, you are not any more informed than the viewer.
Right.
I think this is maybe it's more of a Go thing.
Go.
Yeah, go.
Oh, okay. The
game.
The game.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about somehow all 3 of them. It's like, it's more like Go.
It's really got a lot of get up and go.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's called Shaped Battle, I think.
I mean, here it says Shapes of Play and then Battle.
Oh, just Battle. Yeah.
So the whole line is called Shapes of Play.
And then the recharge ones, which are just squeezable, like
They're just
stress
fidget
balls.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just These are all for pre-order right now on the straight only through PlayStation Store or like the PlayStation Sony Direct.
So obviously we're doing a stream of this.
It might have
right?
sold out already, but
oh yeah. You think people look at this and they're like, oh, I gotta get that, I need that. They're slamming the hand on the horn. Or
you know,
like,
we have a pretty good record with predicting what games will succeed and fail. We're terrible at shit like that. That PlayStation Portal took off to hell and back. So it wouldn't surprise me if all these things just were instantly gone.
I would like to point out that I knew the use case existed for people like
right,
because it's not the Series
Did you
S.
expect it? But did you expect it to consistently be like their best-selling accessory?
In terms of dollars, I guess if you pinned me down and said, "Hey Dan," because like the thing is, like in terms of dollars, it's their most expensive accessory. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, like I had Eric and other people who literally use that exact use case of device. So I was always like, that's for someone.
Mm-hmm.
The Steam Deck largely is fueled by that type of person.
Right.
These aren't video games. So this is even further removed from what
I like. They could be cool collector's items. I even considered going and buying the recharge ones. Those are like, I think 40 or so.
40 fucking.
Yeah. They look nice.
I mean,
those
they
are the cheapest too. The other ones, the Create one, where you get the playing blocks put together, I believe is $80. Which
the one on the right's $80.
That one's $80. And then the battle one's somewhere between.
Money.
It is a lot of fucking money.
It is.
I'm so fucking.
These feel like they're going to be like limited edition collector's items that people will snatch up and then try and scalp.
Oh, cool, great, awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm just so I'm like trying to figure out do they yeah, okay, it just says yeah, you line up 4 different shapes of the same color on the board to win. So it's literally that game that was in that Nintendo board games collection.
Yeah, but
it's
it was a much
that.
smaller board.
Is it a much?
Yeah, the board's tiny.
Oh, okay. This only shows one tiny corner of the board. So please tell me this isn't like Tic-Tac-Toe Plus.
Yeah,
please
it's like one more row.
Are you fucking serious?
Which the PlayStation Direct link should be on that page you're looking at now.
Oh, to the PlayStation Direct. The Direct.PlayStation Store. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nintendo Direct, PlayStation Direct. Yeah, that's a 4x4 grid. This is stupid.
Yeah.
One moment. I'm saving this image. I'm showing it so that way people who are watching.
Is it sold out?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, not sold out. It's $45. That's fucking insane. That is absolutely fucking nutty. To just be like, and the rules of the game are we made Tic-Tac-Toe big. Because it's literally the same deal, right? Like you have to get it in one way or another from end to end. So the strategy is ruined. If you had a larger board, it would be vastly more interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really much more of a showpiece than actually a game.
I mean, I guess all of these kind of are.
Yeah, that's kind of what they feel like.
Yeah, I guess out of 3 of these, I'm most interested in Shapes of Play Recharge.
It's unfortunate the Shapes of Play Recharge, the X has to look like that. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I'm like, I know it needs to set down, but that you kind of ruined it by doing that.
I mean, it needs to be a more interesting shape than a flat X, I think is the problem.
Yeah, probably it needs some depth if you want to squeeze it. And
yeah.
It's like, and we did this and it's not X anymore. And
yeah,
it's weird.
Oops. Hey, that's weird. 1 second. I'm noticing if those are the PlayStation shapes, why do they have color? We stopped doing that.
We better unstop doing that.
We better unstop doing that. If that was Jim Ryan's fault, he should be executed for that alone.
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing they're doing, brace yourself, this is incredible.
Okay.
Free online multiplayer weekend. September 21st and 22nd, you get to play online without PlayStation Plus.
21st and 22nd, that's 2 days.
It's not even a full weekend, right?
It's not Friday night.
Right,
it's
no,
Saturday and Sunday.
You get Saturday and Sunday, and that's it.
That's... I should just be disappointed, but that has made me irrationally angry.
That is a fair reaction.
You know,
but that's okay. You get for those 2 days, you can join in all the tournaments they're running.
Here's the fun thing, real quick. This all Sony's doing with this is proving they can hit a button and make online free.
Yeah. That's what's super upsetting to me. That's the first thing I saw. It was like,
so there's no back end reason.
No,
you literally could just hit a button and it's all free. Holy shit!
And
why
right
would
now,
you admit that?
After Concord's released, you need a dub. Consider it
so bad.
Consider
there's
it.
No way. There's no way. It's way too much fucking money.
It is. It's an absurd amount of money.
It wouldn't surprise me if most of the profit margin on that revenue versus profit chart with Sony and Nintendo on it, if most of that wasn't PlayStation Plus.
They have like 44 million PlayStation Plus subs at like $80 a year. That's like $4 billion.
No, it's never going away now.
Like no company is ever going to. I heard this statistic this week. It's only semi-related. It's just related to things that gaming companies with making money from things that aren't games. It really could, like, it was like the purest crystalline take of like, oh, this is why the industry is burning down and why we're all doomed. So, in World of Warcraft, the very first microtransaction was a thing called a spark. Like the community called it the Sparkle Pony. It was like an ethereal horse, and I think there's like a constellation inside it, and it has wings and it can fly. And they mail it to you. They mail it to you on every character before they had the uniform, like mount system, account wide mount system. They mailed it to every character you made. That was $15. That made more money than StarCraft 2.
Yep.
All their brains broke.
Like, however much money you think microtransactions makes, they make more. I heard somebody in chat is saying, well, StarCraft is niche. No, not back then it wasn't.
God, no.
Yeah, no.
Like, God, no.
Yeah,
like
StarCraft.
Now it kind of is, but StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty sold 6 million copies almost instantly.
Yeah. Oh, but during those 2 days, they're doing tournaments for, God, NBA 2K24, NBA 2K25,
What?
Madden NFL 24.
2 different basketball games.
Yes, 2 different basketball games of the same franchise.
So stupid.
MLB The Show 2024, EA UFC 5, a game I forgot even launched. I thought they just canceled that or just pushed it off until forever. Tekken 8 and then Guilty Gear Strive. 2 games don't fit with the rest of this. Like, those games are actually supported year to year, not just the yearly sport game. I don't know.
Man,
I don't know who's out there is like, I want to play in these online tournaments, but I need free PlayStation Plus. Obviously, that's the only entry gap for me to do that.
I'm interested in online play, but I've never played online with this game I own because I don't have PlayStation Plus.
Right. So I think first thing I should do is play in a tournament.
During a very specific time window. This sucks.
Yeah.
This sucks.
It's that's literally no benefit to people who are already Plus members. None. Like, you don't even give away extra game. You can't even do that much. You can't announce anything cool. Be like, oh man, hey, Astrobot's out. We remember these game franchises we have, and maybe we'll allude to releasing more PS2 classics.
Yeah, this is less of a 30th anniversary celebration and more like, oh God, we forgot it's my dad's birthday. What is between where we are in the car and the house
Yes.
where we can get something?
Here, Dad. Here's a flashlight from the Family Dollar and the closest thing they had to a fancy box of candy. Happy birthday.
30 great years.
All 30 of them.
All 30 of them.
All 30 of them. This isn't the worst year of them all. We promise. Someone in chat was trying to be like, hey, at least it's better than 2007. And I'm like, we're at a point where I'm not sure.
2007.
Yeah, it was PS3. It's all those PS3 games finally shipped.
Right. I was like, yeah, no.
I don't know. Like Folklore and Uncharted 1's pretty good.
Yeah, those are interesting.
Helldivers 2 is good. Astrobot's good. But, oh man, the Concord thing happened. And these are the only games is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sony has just been missing. I get that they had a lot of third-party exclusives this year. Like, they bankrolled a lot of those.
Yeah, like Reverse.
Rise of the Ronin.
Right.
And I think there was maybe even one other.
Yeah,
Stellar Blade.
Right this second.
Yeah,
Stellar Blade. So
yeah, so they did that. They did do that. That makes it feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
but
but all those were in the first 3 months of the year. You could have been like, hey, you have to take a lot of time to polish this game, get it out in like September.
Yeah, like Rise of the Ronin really needed that. I know updates came out pretty quickly to fix some of this stuff. I don't know if they're still updating though.
Once again, and I'm going to be livid if not every game listed just now has a PS5 Pro mode.
Oh, it better.
They better all have a PS5 Pro mode. Motherfucker, you charge $70 for like almost all the things we just mentioned.
Yeah, which is they should not have. Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade, not $70 games.
I want to. I think notionally I'm okay with a game like Stellar Blade being 70. I guess because I'm coping so hard to be like, can we just not make nothing?
I'm not okay with
games?
any game being 70. I think you should probably they should probably cut that out, and certainly should not go to 100 like some people are.
Yeah, that's
saying.
unbelievably stupid. We're not. I don't know. I don't know. My whole thing is if you charge 70, you need to be an immaculate, like looking and functioning game.
Mm-hmm. Whereas
Stellar Blade definitely isn't.
Yeah, it was like 60% of Stellar Blade is maybe we shouldn't have done it that.
Right.
It's like, hey, what if we made open world areas? Like, what if you didn't?
What are you going to fill them with?
Nothing.
Sand.
Yeah, most of them were sand.
Yeah.
Man, what were they thinking?
They got that sand down, though. Yeah. Like, for me, it's like Gran Turismo 7, Tears of the Kingdom, those, and, you know, even though I didn't rate it highly, the God of War Ragnarok, those were all like $70, and I understand. But I struggled to look at anything else.
Yeah, like Rise of the Ronin does not look good. I like that game. It does not look like it's nowhere near a Horizon.
It looks as good as Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, right?
No. Like,
many people could make the argument not much has since Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
It's true. And it doesn't need to look good. It needs to be a smaller scope.
Right.
It needs to be cheaper.
Yeah.
Like, the thing here isn't, oh, I want it to look better. No.
Right.
I want them to have different pursuits because everyone jumping after open world is clearly a mistake. Oh, good. You actually have it in there.
Yeah.
I was worried it might have gone missing.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your online pass to go missing for Unit 13 when you meet up with the boys later.
When's the Unit 13 versus that other Untold Legends flop swap?
Untold Legends is massive. Untold Legends 2, that is a big game. There's no way I'd be like, what if we had to jump to an absolute dog shit shooter?
No, it's going to be Unit 13 in the club.
There we go.
Swap.
Okay. That feels like the best support the club's ever gotten.
Right?
Man, there's so many good options for your second theme month vote.
Uh-huh.
You could get Bat Month. You could get Uncharted Month, and somebody could finally know what's inside Golden Abyss, something no one has ever known.
It's true. What if there's another genie in that one?
There might be.
Or if there's
What
another
if
man
Talbot's in it somehow?
Right, exactly.
We don't know. Anything could be in it.
Deacon could show up.
Who?
Deacon. Days Gone.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Somebody
just don't know.
The chat could vote on Call of Duty month, and you have to play through like 4 Call of Duty campaigns on each stream for a month.
Am I crazy, or did that guy's actor not play the unique character to Golden Abyss?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't think he did, but it would be really funny if
Sam Witwer?
Sam Witwer.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was actually like I don't remember if it was Drake's cousin.
Yeah, whoever shows up in that game, I think it is Drake's cousin or something. Yeah, I think he may have been. Unit 13 Rogue Legacy Flop Swap.
Why?
Because it's on the Vita. That's it. That's the only connection.
Okay. I did not want to go for Vita games, honestly.
Speaking of a Vita game that has a place in a theme month, going back to the versions of games that should not exist month.
Yes.
Borderlands 2.
On the Vita, yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
It is my intent to stream that someday.
I just hear it, Dan, in my head going, wow, the writing in this would be the worst thing about it in other versions.
Yeah. A friend of mine was playing Borderlands 2, and it triggered a memory of mine of dying and running across 2 gigantic open areas that had nothing in them so I could get back to the encounter and shoot the enemies again. And then I almost died the second time, too. I was like, what a nightmare. But that on a Vita sounds incredible.
Great.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, was that it? That's the last story from you, Bob?
Yeah, I believe so.
That's
double check here. I don't see anything else.
That was it. Yep. Okay. Well, that was a big thing to mention for this week. Reminder: tomorrow we're playing Sonic Chronicles for like 16 hours.
It's probably great. It'll be great. We're playing on original hardware, so it's got to be good.
And we get to use the stylus the way it was intended. We get to do that, and it'll be fun to do that over and over. It's basically like a touchscreen enabled Yick.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting to hear that?
I'm just going to cope and believe those long places are only 10 hours and be like, yeah, we can do that. We're just as good.
Hey, I do notice we get a buff on how fast we get through like sort of RPG games because we sit down and just do it all at once. Because normally when you play an RPG, you kind of put it down and then maybe you forgot exactly what you were doing.
Right.
You look around a bit. But yeah, I'm terrified.
Yeah, that's a fair emotion.
And if we are able after that, we will probably also go live on Sunday with more Sonic games because Sonic Month is here. Chris, what are you streaming?
Blow it out your ass. We're streaming Duke Nukem 3D. And maybe Blood, but the important one right now to focus on is Duke Nukem 3D. That'll be the first 4 episodes, not Alien World Order. That wasn't made till 16 years later, or 20 years later, actually.
Oh, that. Yeah, I forgot that existed. God.
The key to sounding like Duke Nukem is to clench your teeth when you talk.
And that's on Saturday?
Yes, that is going to be on Saturday. We'll have a lot of fun. That game's a lot better than Shadow Warrior. All the weapons feel much better. It's really funny to use the shrinker on enemies that should otherwise require effort to defeat.
Yes. That's good shit. Just the thought of like Duke Nukem, it feels way better than Shadow Warrior. I'm like, wow. It's like we were talking about with the Club versus Unit 13, the biggest support you could ever give this game by comparing it to this other horrible game.
Man, with how successful, how I get that everybody at Gearbox is stupid. Like I understand that. But how do you not go? How do you not just go get 3 people from like the Duke 3, like the boomer shooter community and be like, make 10 maps for Duke Nukem 3D. We'll sell it for $10.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
The lowest effort shit. That new Doom episode is great from what I've heard. I haven't gotten that far in it yet because it stomps on your balls. It has an immaculate soundtrack though. Shadow Warrior didn't have music, so I played it during that stream. The Legacy of Rest soundtrack, unbelievable. But like, they could release a new Doom episode every year for like, and charge $10 for it, and when it would require like 5 guys.
We can't have things made anymore, Chris. We need to have IP. we can't use or action the IP. That's for
no
later.
development, only money.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we forgot to talk about the quote from Hiroki Todoroki that keeps getting misquoted on fucking Twitter. Nothing much to say other than the Financial Times article is literally, hey, Netflix and Amazon Prime with video series are doing well. Sony, what do you think? And they're like, well, we turned our pre-existing IPs into pretty decent stuff, talking about Gran Turismo and The Last of Us.
Right.
But we haven't, we don't really have a lot of original IPs going on in that space. Him implying that they aren't making streaming shows that are original IPs.
Right.
So it literally has nothing to do with games.
Mm-hmm.
Because for people who don't know, Sony Pictures made Breaking Bad. They've actually made a number of prestigious shows on television.
Right.
And then streaming happened, and I don't know if they even did that one more time.
Now that came up anyway, Netflix Geek Week got announced. I'm not sure when it is, but that will have Devil May Cry, the animated series news, as well as Castlevania news, they announced.
I'm
excited.
I am clinched over that Devil May Cry show news.
I know,
It's like you're either there's three possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
It's good, which is fine. It's obviously dog shit, which ironically would also be fine. Or 3, it's kind of bad, but in a way nobody will ever admit. So now I just had to be like, it's so great, and I'm like, no, it's not. Stop.
Looking
I'm
forward
sick
to
of this shit.
Looking forward to the spoiler cast.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that. It's so
fucking...
easy to fall into that exact zone that a lot of the Castlevania seasons are.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an old enough project to be worked on by the people who got all the other Capcom stuff on Netflix, which every project has been bad.
It's true. We
watched
reviewed them all.
They were all bad.
Onimusha was
Onimusha was okay.
At times it was good, and at other times it was not good.
Yeah, when the end of the show, when the end of the series is the worst part, that's always like a huge mill on it for me.
So, how did this work out in your head? The giant monster's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to them unveiling it and possibly giving us a vague release window.
It feels like they have to now,
right?
It's been the work for so long.
Anyways, we get to compare it to the Devil May Cry anime, which is yet again much like Unit 13 versus the club.
Yes.
There's, you know what? I'm pretty down on a lot of Castlevania Netflix. There's no way it's gonna be as bad as that anime. That anime, basically, whenever you write the equivalent of, it's such a shame that now these two must kill each other because duty. Duty to what? It's unclear, or to who? Not brought up. But for some reason, these two people must kill each other, and the winner must be sad.
They have to be. It says right here.
It's part of the contract.
Anyway, that's going to do it for this Big Thing Dimension. Look forward to Netflix Geek Week, I suppose.
We won't be covering it.
You won't?
We will not be covering that.
Oh, God, no, of course.
Just so you know.
But you do have to look forward to it.
Absolutely.
It's in your contract. Review your contract.
I can't read.
There was a part earlier that implied that this was a weekly gaming news podcast. I thought we were just hanging out this whole time.
That's unfortunate.
Oh my God. Next you're going to say these people are paid to be my friends. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you can get early access to Chugging Bleach, early access to Pokemon Go to the Movies, early access to, right now you get really early access to those because we're not releasing a public episode for all of Sonic Month because Sonic ain't in any of that shit. That's patreon.com/gbpodcast.